It's done very simple. We'll talk about that one. We got to stop doing it. Fine. It was it's Randall's walking back. I know. I tried. I think it's fine now. The power was just loose. Being weird. Separate. Oh, you know. Almost ready. I figured it'd be good for round two. Makes more sense than trying to jump in. It does. Let's see if this will work. You guys are live, yeah. You can go to your tester scene and like introduce the thing, and by then you can say, now we're going to match one, whatever. All right, yeah.
Match 2. No, it's round 2, match 1.
Oh, yeah.
Round 2, match 1. Okay. Preview scene, match 1. Two. Here's. All right, you ready? Yep. All right. Hello and welcome to Charlie's Collectibles Show. We are here in Stone Mountain, Georgia for the Lorcana 8K. I'm Sir Ashtown, and joining with me today is Jeebus from Ink Thieves. How you doing, Jeebus?
Oh, I'm doing great.
It's great to be here today at Charlie's Collectibles Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia. They have over 215 players, meaning this tournament is going to be larger than an 8K tournament. They haven't announced what size it's going to be, but it is going to be increased for that prize support for the players. Really excited to see today's tournament as we get to see a little hint of what we might find out is the meta for NA Continentals. Really excited to see from the EU Continentals kind of the results, as this is kind of one of the largest tournaments since that tournament. So we're going to be live here in round 2. Really excited to see these players today. Jeebus, how's everything been so far here today at the tournament and the venue?
You know, it's great. There's tons of people here. The show's great. Lots of stuff to see. Tons of vendors. It's going to be a really exciting day for the rest of it.
If you haven't been here to Charlie's Collectibles Show before, it is like an anime convention every weekend. They have tons of cosplay, tons of just anime figurines, items. It's a great place to come on a weekly basis for any of your anime or gaming conventional needs. Really excited to be here. We have tons of exciting news as far as prize supports and things that we're going to be offering the players. Let's go ahead and jump on in over into round 2, match 1. Don't forget, we also have a community pro for the 20 Lore Pro community, which is Kindle, aka No I'm Not. He was selected by the 20 Lore Pro Discord to be our pro for today's tournament, meaning he is going to be in the feature match 2 every single round. We may not get to see him live on this stream currently, but we will be able to see him later on this week on the 20 Lore Pro YouTube. We'll see every single match all along his journey here today at today's tournament. So here we go into round 2, match 1. Very excited to see how these players are doing. Well, that's round 1. Let's go into match 2 where we can find Kindle. Kindle should be live, and he is playing his infamous Ruby Amethyst, piloting against Same YOLO, piloting a Emerald Amethyst list.
Looks like we're on turn 2. Looks like Kendall probably has already taken the first 2 turns, so likely they were on the play.
Now, this Ruby Amethyst list that we see with Kindle, he has some tech that we haven't seen in too many Ruby Amethyst lists yet. I'll leave that up for hopefully later on in this match. But he has been tuning this list with his team over there at Labyrinth. Really excited to see so many of them here today. I know we have Xenulos, we have Logan, I even like Beta Camio's here. I know he's not part of Team Labyrinth, but several well-known players. Excited to see them here today at today's tournament. Now, some of these Emerald Amethyst lists are pretty aggressive in the sense that they get these early turns to try to use these Cursed Merfolks to quest in. Getting a challenge here off from No I'm Not, able to discard a card and wants to try to gain that lore early while also bouncing some of No I'm Not's effective cards that will prevent him from being able to gain that lore.
Now, what is that card that the Emerald Amethyst player ran out here? Now, it looks like it's an alt art. Is that one of the ones from the D23 set, I suspect?
I have not seen that artwork
Let me take
before.
a look here.
And there's a Cloud Kicker, which is one of those cards that you want to see that I was just saying earlier really helps you be able to bounce some of those problem cards like Flynn in front of me, which would have been gaining No I'm Not very easily in his list. 3 lore a turn for free. Now Ruby Amethyst doing what Ruby Amethyst does, playing rabbits. I'm sure we're going to see it bounced here a couple times in this matchup. Once these Ruby Amethyst lists take off like this, it's hard for Emerald Amethyst to really catch up on the board if they can't handle those targets that No I'm Not has, that are able to quest for 2, and then eventually getting into the genies that we know that many Amethyst players are playing.
So that's the Maleficent Staff. That's the whenever one of your opponent's characters' items or locations is returned to their hand from play, gain 1 lore. So that would be where the additional lore was gained once that Cloud Kicker was played and bounced the frenemy.
Let's see if we can't get that card on you for the screen to see. There it is.
Yeah, and this is just the alternate art from the D23 promos, I do believe.
Wow, that's a really clean looking card. Great to see players who like to bling out their lists, like No I'm Not here, who does have, I want to say, every single card in his deck foiled out or enchanted. Really cool to see Sam playing with that D23 version.
Yes, absolutely.
No I'm Not here at 9. He has that Sisu able to quest in for 2 every time. Its power is pretty big, equal to the number of cards in his opponent's hand. Not an easy target to be bounced by any of Sam's cards. Really, this Sisu is just going to be able to quest out quite a bit, not worried about what's challenging into it.
Okay, Singing Friends, draw 2 cards.
And again, Ruby Amethyst doing what it does, using rabbits to sing this great card to even draw more cards off of it.
Looks like Kendall's continuing the aggression here, using the Medusa to take out that Cursed Merfolk without necessarily allowing it to gain any lore here, and then going up to 11. So now we're 11 to 5 on lore, with quite a bit of pressure actually in play here.
Thankfully, on Sam's side of the board, that Goat is a great challenger with that 4 power.
So Ursula takes out the Be Prepared, which doesn't really change much in the game, given that No I'm Not is quite a bit ahead here on board right now. Likely that Be Prepared wasn't going to be coming out anytime soon anyway.
Yeah, No I'm Not doing a great job here, really having a board state that's hard to answer by Sam. Able to take out the Sisu. They would trade.
Alright, should gain a lore off of that here, yep.
Yeah, that Goat was a great answer by Sam into that Sisu, just having that 4 power. Unfortunately for Sam, did trade due to the number of cards in his hand. And talk about another great card that really increases the power of your characters with Merlin Crab. Wasn't able to challenge into anything though the turn it came out.
I've been corrected, the Maleficent Staff is actually, that's just the Enchanted. Which it looks great on the stream here as far as the really showing off how shiny those Enchanteds actually are.
Gosh, I thought that was a D23. Yeah, the camera did pick up the Enchanted foiling well.
Alright, Goat plus Quest takes us up to 14 for Kendall.
And this is, again, classic Ruby Amethyst, the Goat being a great kind of end game as we get closer to the end. You see the Goat come out, gonna be able to quest, possibly gonna be able to bounce it with things like Snake and Fox, getting extra lore, replaying it. you start seeing Ruby Amethyst get up to 16 lore, and you know the goat comes out. It is very close to the end game.
Looks like we've got the large Clarabelle and just a fox in hand for Same Yellow here. More than likely gonna need to trade off some cards here just to get a little bit of lore off the table. Looks like just taking out the rabbit directly. Maybe we're gonna run out the fox just to trade with the Medusa here. Could actually use the Ursula to do the trade if we bounce the crab, giving the Ursula then the challenger. It's more than likely what they're thinking about doing.
And good call right there, Jeebus, with the bouncing of the Merlin crab. Didn't need it necessarily with the challenge. Even could have put it on the Ursula to challenge in instead of using it on the fox to just trade.
It's possible that they didn't see the line. It's okay, they cleaned up the board a little bit, so it's just the goat putting on some pressure, which is still problematic, obviously, given that they're already at 14. Inking the Brawl and then just running out the big Sisu takes out the Ursula. So we do see the decision not to leverage the fox being in play and to collect that one lore coming back to bite us a little bit here. Draw a card with the rabbit. This one looks like it's probably going to be over for Same Yellow here. Unfortunately, the Sisu is plus the goat is just going to get us up to 19, and then the goat is most assuredly going to be lethal here.
Yeah, just Sisu not only having an amazing ability, just able to clear the board of anything 2 or less, which in Emerald Amethyst tends to be a lot of cards, a lot of characters, but also as a quester for 3, like you were saying, Jeebus, it really just, if it's able to quest, it gains you pretty quick.
Yeah, it goes straight up to 19, and given that Emerald Amethyst does not have the ability to gain 13 lore with just 2 already in play, it's going to be pretty rough here.
And here's a bell. This card has become more popular as we've seen from the EU Continentals, just able to shift some damage onto other genies to try to take them out, or even just other troublesome characters. And it's a 4/4 that quests for 2, so even if Sam was able to play something around the Sisu or the goat, he at least had the bell to be able to clean up the match.
That's a prime example this game, I think, of Ruby Amethyst being on the play versus on the draw. They sort of had the action pretty much from the get-go. Basically just always having the ability to put on the pressure, and the Emerald Amethyst deck really is trying to have a similar strategy, just leveraging the Emerald cards instead of the Ruby cards, to be a little bit more aggressive with like the Curse Merfolk and things like that, like the Clarabelle towards the end game. So the play draw matters a lot in these matchups, and you can kind of see that here.
And Clarabelle, especially in this matchup, there can be a point in time in which these Ruby Amethyst lists have a ton of cards in hand, really helping you steamroll because you all of a sudden have a no hand to a full hand. All those resources just able to play out and bounce and hopefully answer all the things that Ruby Amethyst is trying to do before it's too late in that 16 lore kind of endgame stage where they're playing goats. Clarabelle can be a great card if you're able to get it out at an effective time within the game.
Alright, so we're going to go to game 2 here. I'm going to assume that our Emerald Amethyst player here is going to choose to be on the play this round. Now, one of the things that generally you're going to want to start off with in a deck like this is leading off on something like the Curse Merfolk to start putting on pressure, into something potentially like Bonsai if they're running it, or just another 2-drop that allows you to continue pushing lore. You want to get the early aggression on before you eventually pivot into sort of that mid-game with like your Clarabelles and the general like Amethyst with Rabbits and Bounce. So we shall see how they end up doing that. Given that they have the Maleficent's staff in the deck, they likely have a little bit higher emphasis on bounce than normal, which does give them a bit higher strategy for aggression and the ability to close out the game a little bit better. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, even having that staff out early in that last matchup, it was gaining Sam quite a bit of lore because we saw him bouncing some things during the match. Not as much as normal. Maybe No I'm Not was playing around that a little bit, but even then, I don't think it helped necessarily during that match due to the way that No I'm Not was maneuvering.
It is a pretty low tempo card, which on the draw really ends up becoming more of a problem, given that yes, they were able to run out the Maleficent Staff and gain a few lore off of it, but it didn't really remove anything from the board. It didn't add any additional, board presence for themselves either. When you're on the play, you can afford to sort of sneak that in and use it to gain 2 or 3 lore throughout the course of the game while you're continuing to apply pressure. But when you're on the back foot, it does not necessarily help you a whole lot there. There's always cards that have sort of been like this, Sorcerer's Spellbook, Maleficent Staff, have a very similar game plan, which is that when you're ahead, it's really great. When you're behind, sometimes not so much.
I was trying to think in instances with Maleficent Staff where it could be incredibly powerful, and maybe in the aggro matchups where you're going to be bouncing almost every single card that your opponent may be playing because they're all 2 or less. So your Cloud Kickers, any of the cards you have that are bouncing your opponent's stuff is going to hit almost every time. But in this matchup, when No I'm Not can play around it, he's got Sisu, other cards, it can be tough.
I wonder if there's additional bounce in their list overall, other than just the Cloud Kickers, to be able to take advantage of it.
Well, here we are going into round 2, game 2 of today's tournament. We're here live at Charlie's Collectibles Show in Stone Mountain, Georgia for their 8K Lorcana tournament. We have over 215 players in today's tournament. Really happy to see kind of how this tournament's playing out so far. Again, if you miss any of today's rounds, you can head on over to 20lore.pro's YouTube, and we'll have those all up later on this week. We're currently offering today's tournament in several different languages to include Chinese, French, English, and Japanese, German. So if you want to watch in any of those languages, if those are your native tongue, your heart language, you can head on over to the Discord, into the item description, or to the Twitch, YouTube description, wherever you may be watching. You can find those links and watch the stream in those languages at your convenience. So here we are going into game 2 of round 2.
And just like I had sort of described, a pretty good start from the Emerald Amethyst with the Curse Merfolk into Bonsai. Now, it's entirely possible that we, as the Ruby Amethyst player, are going to want to use the Magic Broom to take the Curse Merfolk off the table, but it will cost us a discard. But it's hard to let them just quest for 2 for a bunch of turns in a row.
And it looks like that's what he decided to.
Trying to figure out what discard here. Looks like a Maui.
Man, this Bonsai, strong card. I mean, 2-drop Uninkable, 3/2, quest for 2. Really strong here, early game, able to get him some lore. He's already at 2 to No I'm Not 0. And there's a Great Challenger. Would still trade, though, with the Bonsai.
This is one of the troubles with Snake versus Bonsai in these situations. Bonsai being uninkable is really the big cost of it, but Snake requiring him to bounce an additional card off the table really puts us pretty close to parity, except that the Emerald Amethyst is gaining lore. We're questing. We're actually pushing the advantage of being on the play here. So as long as we can continue doing that, it's going to be pretty tough for the Ruby Amethyst player to actually keep up with this.
Here's a peek at No I'm Not's hand off of that Ursula.
So no songs.
Does have the Elsa 5th Spirit. I love that card. Really able to just tap down, rush in, challenge when you need to, or allow another strong character on your board to challenge in.
Pretty aggressive run out, an additional Curse Merfolk. So there's quite a bit of lore being pressed on the table here. Probably going to see a trade into Brawl, likely on the Curse Merfolk. It's going to cut down on the amount of pressure that we're actually working with here. Either that or we're going to run out a couple of 1-drops here.
So again, here at Charlie's Collectible Show in Stone Mountain, Georgia, we are here in round 2. We have over 215 players, and tomorrow, Sunday morning, we're going to be doing the Cut the Top 8. We'll have the top 8 coverage for you tomorrow morning. Really excited to see kind of who makes it, and if our 20 Lore Pro, no I'm not, the Community Pro will make it all the way.
So deciding to ink the Elsa and just play 2 1-drops, as opposed to using the Brawl, maybe saving it for something like an Ursula or another more problematic card than just the Curse Merfolk. Given that we're running a little bit lower on resources, maybe we can try to get the Curse Merfolk off the table without that discard.
I'm trying to think too. I know they are playing some number, but the Ruby Amethyst playing Merlin Crab could help the challenging power of Broom to take out something that's a lot bigger than itself, that's still questing in right here, as Sam is getting in for quite a bit of lore.
Alright, we see the new set 6 card, the White Rose. This is in a similar vein to the classic Goat for Amethyst. When it enters play, you get to gain a lore here. So, able to gain another 4 puts us all the way up to 8 for the Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, something nice playing 8 goats, essentially. Not quite a goat, but in the sense that it is, especially when you're trying to outrace right here, like Sam is doing. Putting No I'm Not on the back burner here with his 0 lore, but is trying to draw and get to that higher ink count to play those higher characters.
Yeah, sacrifice our Chernobog's followers to draw cards so that then we can discard the Be Prepared that we had actually picked up a few turns earlier. Since it doesn't look like this is going to be a Be Prepared game, both players a little bit lower on resources. Run out a Goat here, and sacrificing the Broom to also pick up another card. So the Goat actually just gives us a bit larger body, perhaps to take out the Ursula, with the ability to still threaten the Rose the following turn.
Now, I think that's a Genie that we see in Sam Yolo's hand. That card really has been great. Able to draw, able to have an evasive character on the board to quest with.
Yeah, I would say that Genie is probably one of the best cards coming out of set 6 here, especially based on the results that we saw out of the EU Continentals last weekend. Really being a card that allows you to play it, stay up on resources, and puts a lot of pressure on an evasive 2-quester with a reasonable body at 2/4. This is likely what we were trying to save that Brawl for, is the Genies, actually. Given that we didn't really have a lot of other answers for it, we do see the Goat taking out the Ursula, which is to be expected, so then it can still threaten the White Rose the following turn. And here we see the Brawl taking out the Genie. So this sort of takes back that loss of being on the draw here. This is the pivotal point in the game, where now we have a sizable amount of ink in play, and we've stymied the early aggression as the RP player. This is the spot, and they're at 10 lore, so that actually isn't terrible. So it looks like they drew a big Clarabelle, deciding to ink the Kit Cloud Kicker here so that we can actually play it the following turn if we draw an inkable. That would allow quite a bit of catch-up here, for sure. Especially since we got rid of the Be Prepared earlier.
Well, no, I'm not. In kind, playing his own Genie. And talk about just knowing when to play your cards. No, I'm not had the Brawl, chose to save it for a larger threat on Sam Yolo's side of the board, which was his Genie. Now he's able to draw a card and quest for 2 each turn, not having a whole lot really to challenge it besides Kit Cloud Kicker or another evasive character, I think, from Sam Yolo.
Now, No, I'm not. Did decide to use the Goat to take out the White Rose, as I kind of expected. Takes out the Ursula, takes out the Rose. Even though it's over a couple of turns, it's, you know, still 1 for 2. And that looks like it was a Bonsai, perhaps? It'd be an unfortunate draw. Yep, looks like it was an uninkable. So this is the other side of the Bonsai coin, which is... We were really looking for an inkable in that spot to be able to play Clarabelle. Clarabelle would have drawn, I believe, 2 extra cards at the end of turn, and then been a sizable enough body to catch us up. Instead, we're just running out this Bonsai, which unfortunately looks a little embarrassing here.
Oh, and there is a Maui's Fishhook getting inked from Kindle. Not sure how many of those he's playing, but that's a spicy card in this list.
Picks up another 7-drop here, luckily inkable this time. So it's going to have to decide if we want to run out the Clarabelle. Looks like we do. So inks Ursula, plays Clarabelle here. Decides to just quest.
I like the Clarabelle here because trying to find more outs is really going to be what Sam needs to do before No I'm Not, as he's doing currently, is establishing a strong board state.
So I would suspect this Genie is going to take out the Bonsai. I'm going to use Friends with the Fox to get a little bit of cards first. Maybe to see if we have an answer for this Clarabelle. Because honestly, in this spot, a Be Prepared wouldn't even be terrible.
And talk about a great turn from No I'm Not. I mean, he's able to play out the Genie, or last turn, play out the Genie, quested with it, bounced it. There's a Be Prep just like you said, Jeebus.
Alright, there's the Be Prepared. So, given all the extra card draw, he's able to find another copy of Be Prepared, and while it is a fairly even trade, it is very difficult to leave that Clarabelle in play, especially with so many cards in hand, because you're just going to allow your opponent to draw out, and now it becomes a pretty even resource battle to catch back up on the board. So it is still a good spot for the Emerald Amethyst player, given that Be Prepared is such a low tempo card, given that we essentially used our entire turn to gain a little bit of lore and then just pass with nothing on board. We now just have to be on, you know, respond to what our opponent is doing for a little bit, and hopefully we, you know, are able to keep playing catch up as the red-purple player here. But there are quite a few kind of direct lore gain cards, Gogo Tamago, the White Rose, and Goat, that if we need reach, you know, Emerald Amethyst definitely has a lot more reach than most decks, I would say.
And we did see a Gogo in Sam's hand, so he does have some cards. The one Clarabelle turn did help him a little bit to have that resource card draw, but you would hope with the follow-up play that he had of the Genie White Rose that he'd be able to sustain a little bit longer, but wasn't able to here due to the Madame Medusa.
We're Medusing again to get rid of the White Rose here.
And let's talk about strong plays in Ruby Amethyst, just able to recur the cards exactly that you want to without utilizing the resources in your hand. You already have the knowledge that you are playing Madame Medusa. It's on the board, bouncing it, replaying it, not giving any more information to your opponent while also taking out their characters.
So a line that I would actually like from the Emerald Amethyst, given what they have in their hand, is playing out probably one of these Tamagos. Not sure if I would have necessarily played the Cloud Kicker. I don't think it's terrible here either. But playing out a Tamago gives them an evasive threat as well. But I certainly would want to quest with the Fox to get us up to 17.
We're at 8 to 16 here. Sam is fighting every little bit to gain as much lore as he can.
So, looking at Cloud Kicker here, it does just say opposing character, so we don't have to bounce itself. And then we do end up running out of Tamago. Since we have a second one in hand, this puts us up to 17, so as long as any of our characters are able to quest, we're likely going to be in a pretty winning position here, given that the way that the board is shaped up here, we have a little bit of extra reach in the evasive character. All right, Sings and other friends. Draw a couple more cards.
Up to 17.
Looks like there's a brawl, maybe. Well, just another Fox here. Fox trade with Fox, likely taking out the Tamago with the Medusa again here. Okay, yep, that makes sense.
No, I think I saw B-Prep in No I'm Not's hand chose instead to use his cards in a way in which when he needs it, he can use it while still making sure he's not getting that much lore on Sam's side of the board.
So we do have an interesting line that we can take here in the Emerald Amethyst. We can actually attack into the snake with the Cloud Kicker. Now it does take out our own Cloud Kicker and just put 2 damage on the snake. Then we can use Tamago to actually go up to 19, which then, since we had the staff as a draw off the top, we could have, with any bounce or any immediate lore gain, actually been in a good spot here. Now, I might like this better. It does give us a similar line. So, Kendall doesn't know that we have Tamago in hand, right? And they can't really just leave the Cloud Kicker alive either. So, this looks like we're going to our next game here, because that Tamago is going to be able to gain 2 more lore.
Yeah, I think that's it right there with that Go-Go Tamago.
Alright, that takes that game.
Sam really did utilize all the cards early on, the Bonsais, the Cursed Merfolk, the Clay Cloud Kickers, in order to gain as much as possible.
So the staff, unfortunately, didn't gain any lore on its own this game. It did threaten the ability to close out the game, but with the line that we took to just quest, force our opponent to make the trade to get the damage on the character, the second Tamago in hand was able to close, so...
Yeah, that Go-Go really showing why it has really been a great card in these Emerald Amethyst lists, just allowing you to pay a little extra and you're going to gain lore equal to the damage on your opponent's characters. So in this case, when Sam's at 18, 2 damage means you're up to 20.
Yeah, having all these cards with reach between the direct lore gain of, you know, the Maleficent Staff on occasion, the Goat, which is the classic, the White Rose now, and Go-Go Tamago. I mean, that's a lot of direct lore gain that doesn't really worry too much about your opponent at all.
We want to thank everyone so much for joining us here today at Charlie's Collectible Shows for their Lorcana 8K. We're here with 20 Lore Pro live. There's over 215 players in today's tournament. If you're looking at those mats that are there on the camera, they look gorgeous. Those are the playmats that are going to be prize support for the top 4 in today's tournament. We want to thank GFQ Underground for printing today's mats. They did a great job printing those mats. They look amazing. And the artist over at Diamond Ink Apparel, their artist Miguel made the artwork for today's playmats. If you want to get your artwork made for any t-shirts or playmats, head on over to Diamond Ink Apparel, where they do the artwork in addition to the t-shirts without the extra charge. If you want to get your own custom playmats printed, head on over to gfqunderground.com.
Alright, so it looks like, no, I'm not sending back about 5. About the same amount from Emerald Amethyst here, so this time it'll be red-purple on the play, which this is a matchup that I would say the play draw matters quite a bit more than most. Generally, I would say that being on the play is where you want to be a lot of times in these formats, but certain matchups it matters a lot less. You know, for example, red-blue generally in some of the mid-rangey matchups doesn't care quite as much because it just, you know, ramps and draws extra cards, makes it not matter. But in these sort of you know, want to curve out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sort of matchups. Being the first one to have that initiative really does matter a lot. And, you know, Curse Merfolk on the draw, certainly not as exciting as when you're on the play. Alright, leading off with a 1-drop here, not a big surprise. This is the Magic Broom, which has become more and more popular in these decks because it's actually a 1-2, so it has the ability to survive an attack and then still get the card out of it. Then a Curse Merfolk, so a little bit more aggression from the other side, a little less actual board presence, however. Inks a Snake. Into a Frenemy, so a pretty aggressive start, especially on the play here.
Yeah, Flynn here really in Ruby Amethyst tends to, in this matchup, have the strongest character on board. Gaining that free lore.
Now Bonsai does look like they have is a character that's able to sort of bully that strategy a bit. Given that there's not many outside of, say, Fox, perhaps, you know, Maui, once they get a little bit further into the game, but at this point in the game, there's not a ton that can be bigger than the Bonsai as far as strength, at least not out of red-purple. Does take out the Curse Merfolk and gets rid of an early Be Prepared. Not really that surprising either. Be Prepared is kind of embarrassing until much later in the game. Now here's one of the few cards that, based on hand size, can be bigger than the Bonsai with the hand Sisu here. So it looks like it's, what, 6-7 cards in their hand?
Oh, quite a bit. This Sisu is pretty large, able to really challenge into anything.
Looks like it should be 6. So they ink, play something. It will still be larger than that Bonsai. So unless they're able to deal with this Frenemy right now, it's going to be gaining 3 lore.
Well, there's that Kit Cloud Clicker on the board here. Facing down the Sisu, we see he decides to quest in with the Bonsai, gaining 2, going up to 4 lore. Have a great challenger here in the Sisu, but honestly, even questing out, not a bad option. Does decide to challenge.
Takes out that Bonsai. So we've sort of moved past the frenemy stage of the game. The Emerald Amethyst was able to navigate very well to make it so that Frenemy didn't gain that 3 extra lore, 6 extra lore. That can be disastrous in games like this, and going Bonsai into Kit really just took all the steam out of that card, so it got inked, right, turned into a goat instead, which I think is probably a much more useful line.
I believe we've seen Elsa 5th Spirit on Sam Yellow's side in his hand. That'll be a card that we know is going to come up later on, especially when we start seeing opposing genies.
I would suspect a trade-off with the Kit and the Sisu here. Possibly using like a Gogo Tamago to gain 3 lore, maybe, if they've got one in hand.
Yeah, talk about a great time to play Gogo. This free lore that you want to have.
Ooh, an interesting decision. It's possible that they do have a Go-Go. They decide not to actually take the trade here and just leave the Sisu and play it with the 3 damage on it. Not sure if I like that, given that you're trading 2 for 1, but it could allow you to use the Elsa 5th Spirit to just eat the Sisu without necessarily losing your card. So we'll see how it works out, especially now that we have an opposing goat. We can kind of threaten to clear up the board a little bit too.
I looked away for just a second. It looked like he did ink the Go-Go, is that right? Maybe he might have another one in hand?
Could be a line that they're not even worried about. Given that we have the 5th Spirit, and once we ink and then play another card, it will be, the Sisu should be small enough that we could actually just take it out without losing our card. So that is probably what they're considering. And it could be that they're not just that worried about a Sisu on its own. Ooh, a Fifth Spirit from the other side.
Oh no. Yeah, Fifth Spirit really doing so much work for these Amethyst lists. Any of them really, just having a challenge that you're not expecting.
I would expect the Sisu to actually take out the goat here as opposed to the goat from Kendall. But I could be surprised. Alright, goat for goat, both go up 1. Probably quest for 2 with the Sisu here. And at this point, having damage on your characters kind of doesn't matter. We already have damage on the characters, so spreading it out really doesn't change much as far as the Go-Go math. And they're only at 7, so Go-Go on its own is not as big of a problem now as it was in the last game.
Yeah, questing with Sisu really, it is 2 more lore on the board for No I'm Not. It does try to keep you into the race that we saw that Sam Yolo was able to do during the last game, trying to keep up with him and pace him.
Yeah, pushing to just have more lore pips on the board is likely the decision there. Especially because there's only a finite amount of characters with haste coming out of... Sorry, not haste. Rush. Coming out of the Emerald Amethyst here. Fox being one of them, but without any characters on board, Fox is a little less valuable. Another Fifth Spirit, another goat in No I'm Not's hand, so that's a pretty stacked hand. We just play Ursula directly. Now, I did see the 7-drop Ursula get drawn last turn, so I would suspect that the idea was that we're trying to shift it out, but if that additional Elsa gets played and this Ursula gets taken out, it's not looking good for Emerald Amethyst here.
I wonder if No I'm Not would think of that line to say, I know he's playing the Ursula 7-drop because we saw the ink, this character being inked during the last game, to think, to prevent that, I need to use the 5th Spirit to get in there, but we'll see what he thinks. I don't think I would have the insight to think about that play.
Well, Elsa got inked here, so likely not on the radar. We just play the goat, probably to put more pressure on. Just going to quest with everything, I would imagine.
I believe Samuel has 2 cards in hand, so that wouldn't be an unreasonable thought to not even think of that play, or not to be too worried about it.
Normally you wouldn't think of this Ursula as much of a threat, though the Sisu is vulnerable to that crackback here. Quester 1 with the Elsa, maybe just a pass?
Yeah, it's a tough call here because, just like you were saying, Jeeves, that Sisu is vulnerable, but it would get you up to 9, and it's already at 3, meaning that it's going to end up either being bounced due to the low cards in Sam's hand. Probably not even bounced, because then you would just recover it, but it's not doing a whole lot right now in the form of challenging.
Decides to try and protect their Sisu as opposed to allowing it to be vulnerable. This is respecting the Ursula a little bit, because now the Ursula has nothing that it can actually challenge. So the best that they're going to be able to do in this spot is shift the Ursula out and quest, go to 10. Not really much else beyond that, because there's nothing to challenge here at all.
I want to give a shout out to Cruzito Gaming. Cruz has been a longtime member of the 20 Lore Pro community for gifting some subs on Twitch. Thank you so much, Cruz, for doing that. We appreciate you and hope to see you soon. Glad to always see you playing Lorcana when you come. There is the Ursula.
Yeah, so there's the Ursula shift and just going up to 10 here, but we're likely in a position where that doesn't matter as much. Do we have enough power? Looks like if we kind of bump everything into that Ursula that we've got, we can take it off the board.
Does decide to clean up.
Which makes sense to me. I mean, the Ursula is certainly a much more impactful card on the board than the other ones that we were working with here. We still have the rabbit, and we get to keep our Elsa, so not too bad of a position to be in, I would say, even after the loss. A genie from Samuelo.
He's only at 5 ink, now 6.
Genie to Bonsai is a lot of lore pressure.
I was thinking about Clarabelle being a nice follow-up play here, possibly with the number of cards in Nomnot's hand, but not quite able to play that card in the range yet due to your ink count.
Genie gets taken out by Medusa. That's pretty common for Genie at this point in the game, I would say. Gaining another 2, so Ruby Amethyst finally on the board ahead of the Emerald Amethyst player here.
I wonder if they've increased some of these players in Ruby Amethyst the number of Medusas they're playing due to the fact that it can take out opposing Genies, which are so troublesome.
I think, given that the Medusa is uninkable, makes it a little harder to include more. That's why you're starting to see additional cards like the Maui's Fishhook as a way of being able to sort of try and combat the opposing Genies in sort of those evasive battles. This runs out the Elsa to get a little bit more lore pressure here, not using the rush or the ability, which makes sense given that their draw was the Shunabog followers here. Likely singing Friends, yep.
Great character to sing Friends with.
Absolutely.
I think at this point we can all say that Friends on the Other Side is most likely sung not by the character in the movie, but by Merlin Rabbit.
That's a rough one. So taking out the
goodness.
Bonsai removes the only three strength character. Big Sisu, I would assume, is probably a one of. Coming down to really take out 2 cards and wrap this up a little bit, I would say. Again, this is very reminiscent of our first round. First game of this round. Big Sisu comes down and sort of just cleans house.
Yeah, Big Sisu, great card. It, like you said, a one of, but Kindle has really been drawing a lot this match, so the odds of him finding it were higher and higher the more he drew. So not quite luck, I'd say, but it is skill-based in the sense that he's drawing so much to where you will find your one of eventually. Flips over the top card, that is the game here, the match in round 2. Our community pro, No I'm Not, taking round 2 over Amethyst Emerald Sam Yolo.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst always being the sort of having cards bully, always being able to cycle additional cards, draw additional cards, all basically throughout the whole game. Being able to find those one-ofs a lot more frequently than most decks. Really makes those kind of one-of fun-ofs a lot stronger. So
that was exciting. Round 2 here in today's tournament at Charlie's Collectible Show. We want to thank everyone so much for coming here today. We're excited to be at Charlie's Collectible Show for their 8K, which has over 218 players. It's been a great day so far. We will have all of these rounds available for you on Twitch after today's tournament. It'll be part of the VOD. It'll be on YouTube, and it'll be edited for your viewing convenience next week. Again, if you want to view this tournament in any other language, we have Chinese, French, German, all live right now. With the video description, you can click those links and go to those streams if you'd like to watch it in those languages. Again, thank you all so much for joining us here today. We're going to be getting ready for round 3, doing some player interviews, maybe even some deck techs later on. But again, thank you all so much. Thank you, Jeebus, for joining us today.
absolutely.
We're really glad to be here, and we will see y'all here in round 3 just in a little bit. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. We're here live today at Charlie's Collectible Show for the Lorcana 8K. Really excited to be here today in going into round 3. How's it going so far, Jeebus?
It's going well. We're going to be watching a different match this time, not just Kendall all day, every day. Maybe later, but we'll check on him after a bit. We're going into, I believe that they've already started, so why don't we go ahead and jump over there.
Really excited to be here. I know that Toops, one of our friends of the 20 Lore Pro community, is playing. Here he is with his Amethyst Steel list versus Scott, piloting a Sapphire Steel list. This should be an interesting matchup.
So it looks like Sapphire Steel was on the play here. I believe, do we have them backwards on the visual here?
I believe we do. We'll get that fixed in just a moment.
Okay, so then it would be Tupaloop on the left here, which makes more sense given that we've got a Piglet out. So it looks like the Amber Steel was on the play, running out Piglet on 2.
Now, Piglet, very strong card when you have more characters on the board. When it's left by itself like it is right now, not that great at questing, although Amber Steel plays a lot of 1-drops from Cinderella to Daisy, cards that can really just, you could double play within a turn.
Alright, Blue Steel runs out one of the better 2-drops in Steel that's come out of this most recent set here in Calhoun, which is a very strong anti-aggression card. Given that it has both resist, making the 3/2 body much more respectable, and then whenever it challenges and banishes another character, you actually gain 2 lore as well. So they decided to commit to gaining the 3 lore out of the Piglet, which I think is probably the right call here. Not much that we can do about the Calhoun in this spot anyway. It is going to get its value at some point, no matter what. We may as well collect some extra lore out of the deal.
And goodness, there's another Piglet and Daisy. 2 great characters on Tupaloop's side of the board. Great questers here, although can be picked up by this Calhoun. I believe that's a Force Sphere as well on Scott's side of the board there at the bottom left. Playing the new Azeroth Sea. This card has been seeing a lot of play alongside Tipo in the sense that it can take a card from your hand, put it in your inkwell, allow you to draw a card, replaces the card that you put in your inkwell.
And just a reminder, we are getting the display up at the top flipped over here. So it is Amber Steel on the left side here, with Tupaloop, and Scott is on the right side of the screen with the Sapphire Steel. Alright, so running out a little bit of ramp here, doing what we assumed, which is the Calhoun takes out the Piglet. Gains 2 lore, which is nice, but not nearly as necessary as just pulling it off the board. And then running out that Captain Hook here. Now, unfortunately, leaving the other Piglet in play, so I'm going to be able to collect some additional lore off those Piglets, requiring that, of course, there are 2 other characters in play to get that bonus lore. But we do have a lot of ability as the Sapphire Steel player to catch up here. A lot of challenging power on the board. So we'll see how the next couple of turns go. The early few turns, especially on the play, are sort of the most critical for an aggro deck. Alright, we got Tupaloop versus Tupaloop. Perfect. Alright, that should be accurate here once the current lore totals get swapped over.
We had a little bit of a camera situation during the first 2 rounds, was able to swap out cameras here, so we'll have this fixed in the upcoming rounds. Appreciate y'all staying up with us so far. Tupaloop here playing this aggressive Amber Steel list. really trying to get in early with the questers, but this Calhoun, I mean, that is a problem to face when you have characters that are easily taken out by it. In addition to just having resist, I mean, this card is strong.
Yeah, it's not only very strong at challenging, but the fact that it has, similar to the 5-cost Robin Hood, that trigger where you actually are gaining lore when you're challenging is very nice. So we're seeing kind of an interesting decision here from Tupaloop to draw 3 cards with this Rapunzel by just using Daisy Duck to challenge Calhoun, deal no damage because of the resist, just take 3 damage, and then have that Rapunzel removed all immediately just to draw 3 cards.
That's something that we've seen with cards like Nala, 1-drop 0-4, using the 0-4 to challenge into something just because it'll survive, and then giving you the ability to draw with Rapunzel, really gain some card resources while also trying to find outs for cards on your opponent's side of the board. Here's a Flavorsham, was able to pop the Force Sphere, allowing him to draw 2 cards on his turn.
The ink here, considering inking the Sailing the Azurite Sea, looks like they do decide to do that here, playing out another Captain Hook, so a lot of challenge pressure coming down to be able to sort of bully these smaller characters.
Now, funny enough, I was talking to Scott just before the feature match started, and he mentioned that in the previous 2 rounds of the tournament, he played Amber Steel. So this is his 3rd Amber Steel matchup. In this case, we can see why he made it here to round 2, or round 3 with 2-0.
Yeah, that explains the undefeated up to this point. Pretty expensive hand from our Amber Steel deck, which is a bit of a downside given that we're pretty short on resources, so being able to double or triple spell in a few turns here would be very nice. Not having access to that, it looks like there's quite a few Pete's in hand and a few songs, so that sort of combination of just a lot of 3-drops is limiting our ability a little bit. Alright, so deciding to finally take out the Calhoun using the Let the Storm Rage on here, which is not that surprising, though we did commit our Rapunzel into doing it to sing it. That'll give us the ability to actually maybe double spell, even potentially triple spell this turn, play perhaps one of our 3-drops plus a Calhoun. Could allow us to keep putting some pressure on the board while keeping our opponent from being able to continually remove what we're doing.
Goodness, Scott here already up to 9 ink in his inkwell. I mean, that's a lot of ink to be able to play anything he needs to or wants to.
Alright, another Storm, this time to take out the 2nd Captain Hook, and a Calhoun of our own, so that does put some pressure actually on the Flavorsham. Now if we have the ability to put a little bit of damage on Flavorsham, we can take it out with the Calhoun, gain some lore. Calhoun doesn't take any extra damage because of the resist. And it makes the ability to draw additional cards here a little bit more of a liability than I think it would normally be against decks like this.
Let's take a quick look over at our feature match 2 with Kindle. We'll see how they're doing over there. Here's No I'm Not, Kindle, piloting a Ruby Amethyst deck just like he's known for, and we've seen him in round 2, got to watch him, versus the King, piloting a Ruby Sapphire list, 2-0 as well. There's 2 Fishbone Quills, an Ice Block with a Tipo, lots of ink in his inkwell. Fox doing what Fox does, singing friends on the other side. And we're seeing a back and forth here of the resource game between these two. All those cards in the King's banish pile, we see Grandma taught us Sisu. Just so many things over there that looks like Noamhat was fighting against.
Bit of a slugfest on this one. We'll check back in with them after a bit here.
Here we are back in round 3, match 1, Tupalut versus Scott. There's a Tinkerbell on the board, did 1 damage. Of course, Calhoun having that resist 1, not taking any.
So the Flaversham does remain untapped. Looks like they didn't have any items. They just commit straight the Tinkerbell. Nothing else. See Akita come down, which makes our characters a little bit safer here against that Tinkerbell. Puts Tinkerbell down to 1 strength overall. We will adjust the lore here. We see that as well. Probably a symptom of us flipping the 2 screens. So we'll take care of that. So in this case, the Amber Steel's at 13 versus Blue Steel at 2 currently. Now, this is a pretty precarious position. If they've got something like... maybe Gathering Swords to just deal a little bit of extra damage. Flip them again. Well, we'll figure out our camera issues here. Just bear with us. While we do this, let's go ahead and jump back over to our match 2 with Kendall. See that bit of a slugfest here. Still sort of just back and forth on this one. A couple of crabs have come and gone. Lots of items in play. And not really a huge amount of lore from either side, it seems like. Looks like that's maybe the second crab that's bit the dust here. And maybe, what, 8-10 cards in hand? Yeah, this match is going nowhere fast, I would say. Alright, I will check and see if our first match has been fixed here. Okay, it looks like that one should be squared away here, so we will fully switch over to that one. Alright. So, sorry about that, we are back. We have fixed the top score here. Not a whole lot has changed on the board. So we are just back to the spot where we were at, where we had played the Kita, and now the Sapphire Steel is trying to figure out what the solution is going to be at this point. So it looks like we're directly shooting the Daisy Duck for 2, and then using the Tinkerbell's 1 damage to then figure out where that 2 damage is going off of the Tinkerbell. It's like maybe over to the Kita. Alright, so Kita takes 2. And runs out of Beast, Tragic Hero. Singing Strength for 3 to take out the Kita. Okay. A respectable way of sort of clawing back a little bit of the board. You can see that the Kita was pretty impressive at limiting Tinkerbell's ability to sort of bully what was going on over here. Still quite a bit of lore pressure on board for being at 13 still.
We want to thank everyone again just for your patience as we were able to fix the camera. We have an app that runs with the overlay, able to get that fixed for your viewing pleasure. As well, we have our Community Pro, aka Kindle, known as No I'm Not. He is in our Feature Match 2, and all of his rounds will be available on YouTube to watch after the tournament. We'll watch Feature Match 1 during the majority, and then have Kindle's matches available all on YouTube later on next week as our Community Pro member. We will update y'all on how he is doing all throughout the tournament. Excited to see how our 20 Lore Pro does in today's tournament.
Alright, Inks of Pete. Would not surprise me to see a Pete come down to sort of protect the board a little bit. I believe that they had 2 in hand.
And there is a second Calhoun from Tupaloop. We're starting to see the challenging match kind of flip here from Scott to Tupaloop.
Alright, so both the Pete and the Calhoun came out of hand, with the final card in hand being Doc, which actually allows us to discard our entire hand, and then draw 2 cards. Well, we didn't have any cards left in our hand, so it's just a draw 2. Very good here. It's going to be a tough battle from this point with Pete down, so no ability to play any actions, and an awful lot of characters on board from our Amber Steel player here.
Yeah, just look at the questing power on Tupaloop's side of the board. I mean, we have the Rapunzel, we have the 2 Calhouns, the Doc, the Pete. I mean, he's got a lot of characters to quest, but also able to gain lore if they need to challenge in and are able to banish something. Scott, though, is drawing an extra card each turn with that Beast Tragic Hero.
I believe that there was another Doc drawn as well, so quite a lot of additional cards. Even if this does get cleaned up, there's a pretty big follow-up.
That was, I would say this match so far has been pretty interesting. I mean, we saw Tupaloop go from this kind of aggro amber cards into now this kind of almost mid-rangey protective shell here with the Pete, able to prevent any action to be played during the turns played, as well as these other characters that now are pretty strong with the resist 1.
And so Tinkerbell taking out Rapunzel, figuring out where this 2 damage is going to go. So the Calhouns, given that they have resist, are protected. Doc's a 1-3, Pete's a 3-3. This Tinkerbell kind of looks a little bit embarrassing here. Beast can take out a Calhoun. Okay. Slows it down, a little bit more pressure here.
Again, we want to thank Charlie's Collectible Show for hosting today's Lorcana tournament. There's over 218 players at today's tournament, making it more than an 8K. Really excited to see the turnout for today's tournament and kind of to see the biggest tournament kind of right off the bat from the EU Continentals to kind of see how we're going to have the meta transform going into the NA Continentals.
This is an interesting line from Scott here, dropping Manor, clearing up as much as they can as far as the Amber Steel board, and then playing a location to hopefully try and close out the game. But given that they really haven't been able to quest at all, it's going to be an uphill battle. Even if we just sort of quest out every turn, that may be enough to actually win this fight. Alright, using Calhoun to gain 2 by taking out the Beast. Goes up to 17, 18, 19 perhaps?
I believe we saw the Doc in hand from the last turn, like you were saying, Jeebus, so if he's able to play out multiple cards and then play the Doc, he can refresh his hand.
Ink's a happy. Plays Smee into Doc, draws 2 cards. Plays a Pluto.
Oh my goodness.
Pluto being another new card from the set that's started to see a little bit of play. It is a 0/5, a 1/5 rather, that has bodyguard, and if it has no damage, it's actually +4 strength, so it becomes a 5/5. For 4, a 5/5 bodyguard is enormous, protecting this board quite well. Our best case scenario is we maybe challenge it with Flaversham and then Tinkerbell it to maybe take out 2 things. I mean, then we still have 4 other characters that are problematic. Yeah, he's just scooping it up. That's a good blocker on this board of 5 characters, especially when we only need 1 of them to live to be able to close it out here.
That's just really impressive to see, just the power of Pluto to protect everything, but also this match really showing why Doc is such a strong character right now. Just the times where Tupaloop was able to play out his whole hand, then finished off with a Doc to draw more and play more. Such a strong play from Tupaloop.
Alright, while they shuffle up, we'll go pop back in and check on Kendall here. We'll see if that crazy board that we popped into a few times while we were resolving our cameo she's ever resolved. It looks like it did end up finishing up on the other side. We'll have to see. Looks like it was Kendall that took that one down, so the red-purple being able to close it out, probably with something like Goats, or even just going a little bit too wide for blue-red to handle, taking out the double crabs and that kind of deal. So
and those matchups can be pretty tough and long. I mean, you just see the back and forth of the power levels between the 2 decks as they continue to kind of slog against each other. I mean, when we had gone over to this match earlier, we saw his banish pile, and it was full of strong characters.
Yeah, generally it starts out where you're sort of posturing for, do we have an aggro plan early, and then by the time that we get to sort of the later stages of the game, it becomes sort of a control battle. And if the Ruby Amethyst player has been able to gain enough lore up until that point, generally they can close it out pretty well with Goats. However, if they didn't get to that point and they're kind of low on lore, it can be hard to close it out.
Let's head on back over to our feature match 1 with Tupaloop. We'll see how those 2 are doing over there. Tupaloop versus Scott.
It's like they're just resolving their adjustments at the start of the game here, get their hands sorted, and then we'll have Scott likely start it off. Looks like a pretty good hand from Scott here. An early popsicle into some ramp on 2 is generally what you would like to see. Interestingly, inks a popsicle, opting to play the Fortisphere.
Yeah, just with the type of matchup that we saw last time, the Fortisphere, honestly, being able to give something bodyguard later on if you're not going to use it on a Flaversham, not a bad choice in this matchup.
We'll have to see if that comes up at all. Daisy as an opener from Tupaloop is exactly what you want on turn 1. Pretty well every game, I would say, in a deck like this. Certainly one of the most aggressive plays, and it plays okay into Calhoun, given that it can't be as easily taken out. It still can be, certainly, but Calhoun being one of the most defensive cards, I would say that that Sapphire Steel has been able to present recently. And you can tell that the card is very good when the slightly more aggressive deck and the slightly more defensive deck are both playing the same card. You know it's probably a pretty good one.
It just goes to show, really, too, like you were saying, I mean, gaining 2 lore off of a challenge, I mean, you're going to gain not only banishing a character, but also the resist that much stronger.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Here's a Mr. Smee, able to also quest for 2 itself. Mr. Smee, we do know that Tupaloop is playing the Piglet, so he does have a captain that would allow Mr. Smee to not have any damage. Great challenge, a great challenger into Calhoun, but also being challenged by Calhoun, because it does have enough power in order to take it out.
So, given that this is best of 3, I just wanted to point out up at the top here, we do actually have the markers for if a player is up a game or not. So, since we're playing to the first person to win 2 games, so best of 3, we see that Tupaloop now has the first green marker, so that indicates that they have won the first game. So, in case anybody is curious where we're at, we have our lore counter here, we have our indicator of whether a game has been won, and then the colors that we're playing here. And then our current record for who we're watching is also up there, so just for a note for everybody that's watching.
This Mr. Smee, we'll see if he's got a follow-up play of Piglet. Tupaloop shuffling his hand. I don't think I saw Piglet. That's okay, though, because even with Mr. Smee having 1 damage, not too bad in this case. Again, we want to thank everyone again for being here as we are with 20 Lore Pro at Charlie's Collectibles Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia. We want to thank Charlie and the whole crew as they are hosting today's tournament. We have over 215 players here today. Really excited to see how today's tournament plays out, as tomorrow on Sunday we will be going to Top 8. We'll be live tomorrow morning for the Top 8 coverage.
Alright, so we started out with Sail to draw a card, and it allows us to play second ink this turn. They then decide to shoot the Daisy so that the Calhoun can actually take it out, which makes sense to me. They're going to gain 2 lore out of the deal. And then they also get to play another ink if they want. They don't have to. Looks like they have another Calhoun in hand, which obviously can't be inked. So it sort of depends on the texture of their hand. Looks like they had maybe a couple of strengths. So they decide to ink one of them, play out a captain, take out the Daisy, gain the 2 lore. And it puts them in a pretty good position here. Calhoun, again, just bullying these early characters. The resist 1, they take no damage, they still gain 2 lore. It allows them to be able to challenge the Smee now that we both have the Calhoun and the Captain Hook at this point too.
This Captain Hook, too, a great challenger. I mean, it's got Challenger 2, able to take out the Mr. Smee if Tupaloop decides to use it without having a bodyguard in play. Captain Hook, really just a great card from set 1.
So I do see a Raging Storm here in hand, which can take out the Captain Hook, which would then force the Calhoun to trade with the Smee if they want to get rid of it. Would allow us to still quest for 2, but Calhoun being able to gain 2 lore when it challenges something and takes it out is kind of problematic. Like, they're staying on pace with the aggro deck, which is generally not where you want to be. Sort of the play draw disparity here makes sense. So a Smee gets inked, and they decide to just run out a Lawrence, which sort of is the biggest thing on the board now. Lawrence being a 0/4. That as long as it has no damage, gets 4 additional strength. So similar to Pluto, a little bit cheaper, but it does not have bodyguards. So Lawrence is absolutely the biggest thing on the field right now.
Not a bad Rapunzel target either, because it can challenge in, and we know he has a Rapunzel in hand. Challenges, able to take some damage, and then he'll draw however much he takes.
Up to 5 ink, though. Runs out a Beast Tragic Hero. So we're getting to the point in the game where being on the play and being able to ramp a little bit with the Sail really starts to take effect. That turn 4 from going 3 lore directly into 5 is very, very powerful out of the blue steel deck. Now the Beast makes the Lawrence a little trickier, given that there's just an additional large character on the field.
Uses Lawrence to sing Storm, Rage on that Beast, not allowing Scott to have any additional card draw off of it.
So now the Beast is going to be a +4, so it'll be a 7/5 for next turn, which is able to take out basically anything. It would end up trading with the Lawrence. However, if we take any of these other characters, attack them into Lawrence first, Then we can have the Calhoun potentially take it out, so the Hook and the Calhoun can combine together to maybe take out the Lawrence. So there's still a lot of pressure available, and something like a Tinkerbell can be really devastating on this turn here. Tinkerbell can actually make both the Pluto and the Lawrence not really have much combat power. The Beast can take out the Pluto, the Calhoun could take out the Lawrence, and then the Hook could take out the Smee. That might be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, this Beast, if it's just able, like you're saying here, to just challenge into this Pluto, take this out, you could use the Captain Hook even. It might trade into it, but using that Calhoun to gain some type of lore for yourself, just trying to clear up his board as best you can, that could do quite a bit of work for Scott on this turn.
Yeah, even without the Tinkerbell, but a Tinkerbell would be an absolute disaster here. Looks like they don't have one, but I do see a Cogsworth, which could also be pretty good in this spot, because it could allow Calhoun actually to take out the Smee without getting banished itself, because it would have 2 resist on it. So you could have the Beast take out the Pluto, the Calhoun come down here, and then basically you would be faced with Calhoun plus Hook on just the Lawrence alone, which might be a little bit more manageable. Kind of looks like that's what Scott is considering here before making any plays. Trying to do the combat math on, does that make sense to, you know, lose this Beast to kind of trade with that Pluto or not?
We want to thank everyone again here for coming and watching today's tournament. If you missed any of today's rounds, you can head on over to 20lore.pro after today's tournament and watch them either on YouTube or Twitch. The VOD will be posted there for you to watch, and we will have edited editions of these tournament rounds later on this week for your viewing pleasure. We want to thank Kindle, aka No I'm Not, for being our community pro. His matches are being recorded all day long, as he is the feature match 2, and we will have those posted with commentary later on this week.
Alright, decides to lead out with a Calhoun here. So it's probably Calhoun plus Strength, given that that's what we've got left in hand. So Strength being able to deal 4. So that would be either taking out the Lawrence, which makes sense, or the Pluto here. So taking out the Lawrence, we deal 3 damage to Pluto and then have Calhoun just eliminate it. Pluto losing the 4 strength because it has damage on it. And then the resist from Calhoun means that it takes nothing. And then now we just have Smee with 1 damage left versus 2 Calhouns and a Beast that is big mad. So I would imagine we're just going to quest or pass. Looks like just pass.
Has left Tupaloop really needing to find a way to reestablish that board state. We see a Kita in hand. That could be an interesting kind of way to come back in the shifting of trying to challenge out to your opponent instead of you taking all the brunt of those challenges. Kita just really being quite a strong card whenever it does hit the board. Able to give characters -3 until the end of the turn. The next turn.
This is another example of the play draw being a bit of a problem sometimes, where Kita on the play here might have been really powerful, but on the draw, since we're so far behind, you know, facing down the double Calhoun, the Smee, you know, we just don't have a large board presence, and the Beast is still able to really punch through that -3, given that it still has 4 strength. So yes, it does allow us to run out a pretty sizable body in the 3/5, but the Beast is still able to pretty well eat any one of our characters that are turned sideways here. Bit of a problem. It wouldn't surprise me if we see just Rapunzel draw a card in this spot. not an awesome position, I would say. These Calhouns are kind of bullying all these little characters a little more than what we would like. Yeah, we're just drawing a card with Rapunzel here, and likely just going to pass it back. Maybe inking something that's not super useful right now, just so we can potentially double spell. But it wouldn't be surprised me if we just say go, so that we can try to keep all the cards that we have that we're working with.
Yeah, that beast, just like you were saying, Jeebus, although not drawing Scott cards is representing a huge challenger. It's making just all the decisions that Tuploop is trying to make that much harder with this huge challenger on the board.
Alright, so we do end up picking a Pete, which in this spot is okay, but not super important. On a second beast, this one's going to be able to start drawing cards pretty quickly here. This is a rough spot. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually just quest out here. Just to pass. Okay, little bit more passive. Possibly trying to play around a second Rapunzel. This is a pretty good shout. Both players on 5 ink, but the Sapphire Steel player likely going to start going up quite a bit more if this beast is drawing extra cards.
Gosh, yeah, another strength or Storm Rage on. There it goes on the beast, just like it did last time.
Alright, 2 damage. So no extra card draw, but now we have 2 Mad Beasts. At this point, with extra damage on them. Well, Tragic Heroes that are a little bit upset.
Here's a Pluto, still, again, gets taken out by these beasts.
Interestingly, the way that the Kita triggers work, like the Pluto can be really strong here, but I'm not even sure if Pluto's super great in this spot. It does protect the Rapunzel from just getting eaten for free, but it's going to be a little rough here. We know that our Sapphire Steel player has a Cogsworth in hand. Looks like a Cogsworth and now a location. So the McDuck Manor there to start putting some lore pressure. I would not be surprised if we just play the Cogsworth and then bully this board. We could even just trade one of these beasts with the Pluto and then use the other beast to just take out the Rapunzel, or even both Calhouns to gain 2 lore.
Oh, I like the idea of a both Calhoun play. They have resist 1, just taking nothing from Rapunzel.
At this point, they have resist 2 even from the Cogsworth. I'm surprised that we decided to do this, unless the play is that we're just not going to quest the Calhouns. So giving up 2 lore here with this, with the way that they decided to attack, maybe didn't see the line.
Scott still in a great position, though. Really has a great board state against Tupaloop.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard road to climb back from, especially with a hand that is just a bunch of Kitas. Kita's really great when you're a bit ahead, or kind of board even parity, but when we're so far behind on board, the Kita just really doesn't do anything. And I don't really feel like we have any answers to this Cogsworth at all out of the... I mean, really, most Amber Steel decks don't have great answers to Cogsworth anyway, because it makes all of the removal spells pretty rough, pretty non-useful, I would say. So this one I think is slipping away from the aggro line.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, Jeebus. I think Cogsworth, especially right now here in this board state, is just really going to mess up anything Tupaloop is trying to do.
We get a Happy. Alright. Happy is a nice dwarf that costs 1 and is able to challenge evasives. However, not the most impressive card on this board state.
Well, I was just thinking, with all of these dwarfs, that we may see the location 7 Dwarves Mine could start seeing maybe some of them get moved to this location to try to shoot down stuff. But even with the resist too, it's a tough state to be in.
It would appear that there was a sequencing mistake, forgetting about the resist, or forgetting that once the character's dead that we no longer deal as much damage with strength. I don't believe that it really matters a ton in this game, given that the board is so insurmountable from the other player's side, but yeah, I believe that was a mistake, which leaves the beast in play.
On our match 2, we're just looking at a little preview here. It is currently 1-1, no I'm not, to the king. So they're going to go into game 3. They're still shuffling up, so we won't quite switch over there yet.
Alright, getting in some questing. Surprised that they don't just quest in with the beast. Like, for my money, I don't really care that much if the beast gets killed. Banished in this case. Given that we have so many other characters on the board putting on this pressure. So they decide to play Akita here, which means that this beast likely can quest.
Yeah, it gives all characters, not just your opponents. So that means that yours and your opponents are going to be at the -3 to the end of your next turn. Still have the resist 1 from the Cogsworth.
Yeah. Okay, so we take out the happy here. Decide to play a hook. So have been having some pretty mediocre draws, but I think that there's enough things on board that we can kind of just quest out here with whatever we got and close out the game in 2 turns here. Yeah, they're just scooping it up.
I think once you see the board state, I mean, Scott here going to the second row to try to fit the cards in, it really kind of spells kind of what's going to happen for the rest of that game. We're looking at round 3 here. Scott versus Tupaloop, 1-1. They are going to be going into game 3 here in round 3. We know that over here in game 2, it looks like they were able to finish that match.
Assuming that the lore totals are correct here, my assumption is that Kendall took that one down.
Making him 3-0. The king now 2-1. Congratulations to Kendall on his round 3 victory.
I'm gonna have to tell him to play a little slower so that we can catch some of those games.
And he is our community pro. We may not watch all of his games on stream, but they will be all available to you on our YouTube, 20 Lore Pro YouTube, later on this week with commentary. So if we're not able to watch all today, we're at least going to keep you up to date, and then you can watch it later on this week. We have a quick break here as the players are shuffling up. We just want to thank some of our partners for today's stream. We want to thank, of course, Charlie's Collectible Show for hosting today's 8K Lorcana tournament featuring over 215 players, 218 in total. We want to thank all the players who came out today and for everyone who's playing here on the feature match. Thank you, the viewers at home, for joining us here today live. We are offering the stream coverage and announcer commentary in several different languages to include Chinese, German, French, English. If you speak a different language and you would like to view or listen to the commentary in that language, all of those are in the description below. We want to thank GFQ Underground for printing today's playmats that you see right before you on the screen. They are such a beautiful artwork and playmat. They really did a great job. If you have a custom artwork that you would like to have printed on a playmat, head on over to gfqunderground.com. Now, that custom artwork that you're seeing, the beautiful artwork itself, that was made by Diamond Ink Apparel. If you have a custom artwork idea or a need for your team or for your store, you can head on over to diamondinkapparel.com, where Miguel Angel is the artist who made these wonderful mats from scratch. Thank you so much, Diamond Ink Apparel and Miguel, for making this amazing artwork for today's top 4 players.
All right, so a pretty good start from Amber Steel here. Daisy Duck turn 1 is basically what you want to be doing. It looks like they got a Captain Hook off the Daisy trigger. And the Sapphire Steel player just ran out, your standard turn 1 cantrip item in Fortisphere. And then now we're gaining our 2 lore. So we'll see what our second turn worth of 2 ink gets us. The more aggressive that the draw, the worse it is probably for the Sapphire Steel player, because it just means that their potential Calhoun or their potential Smee on turn 2 needs to do a lot more heavy lifting. And it looks like it is... Yeah, they were considering debating between a Smee or a Piglet. This is likely trying to play around a fire the cannons a little bit. But we've got a Smee here, and the Calhoun is the turn 2 play for the Sapphire Steel. So this is why Daisy Duck is such a powerful turn 1 play. Daisy Duck does not worry too much about Calhoun, at least in the first couple of turns. You can kind of just quest with impunity and get in there.
Yeah, and the Mr. Smee here, it can trade with Calhoun, and so he was debating about playing that Piglet on turn 2. Turns out that was a great decision to go with Mr. Smee instead, at least for right here.
Now, I would suspect a 1-drop plus Piglet to keep the damage off of Smee, but with the Calhoun it doesn't really matter, so we're just going to play a bigger character in Lawrence. Lawrence being a 4/4, we can kind of just put the pressure on and turn our characters sideways every turn and really get the lore counts higher to make it a little bit more difficult for Sapphire Steel to recover from this. The way that we generally will lose the game as the aggressive player is you just don't put enough pressure on before they can get to some of their bigger things, really. Just the Tinkerbells, the beasts, grab your swords if they're running it. Those are the kind of things that really dig them out of this hole, and if we can get enough lore in before they can start playing them, you can make them low enough tempo that they just can't catch up before the game is over. That's the goal, anyway. We'll see how that works out.
Well, Tuploop are really doing a great job here of representing these 2 questing characters. I mean, having them out here and being able to just quest for 2 every single time, he's trying to take advantage of these early turns before Scott can get to that point. We'll see how far Tuploop can get to where eventually he's able to just have enough cards in hand to hopefully at the end of the game have the steam he needs to continue this aggro 2 questing. There's that trade here with Calhoun into Mr. Smee. The only card available for Calhoun to be able to take out.
And then a Pete. Well, Pete being a 3/3 is basically all that it does in this matchup most of the time. Not a particularly exciting card here. We're going to go up to 10. Does not look like we found another character, and we're just going to get a Calhoun and probably send it back. It looks like they didn't have another Inkable to potentially play a second one, or they're just holding the cards just to develop more characters. This makes it so that if there's the ability to challenge something but keep the Pete alive, it's maybe just worse than Pete being banished, because the Calhoun's going to be able to challenge into it and just gain 2 lore, which puts even more pressure. We're already at 10. This is only going into turn 4, so this as a run out is basically exactly what you're hoping for out of this aggro deck. Really just playing some of the largest statted characters that you can every turn, and basically all of them gain 2 lore. So
Yeah, this is shaping up for a quick aggro play by Tupaloop, and we're really going to have to see kind of how Scott is able to maneuver around this, trying to just either represent characters on the board that can quest or challenge. I mean, like Mr. Smee here, great challenger, and another Calhoun.
Alright, so just putting bodies on the board to challenge back, which makes sense, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough. In this case, the Pete can't stop anything, so as a 3-3 body, it was essentially a do-nothing, and it literally does nothing this turn, so we're still representing another 5 lore gain on the board. That's going to be problematic. I mean, going up to 15, even if you're able to clear up those characters on the board, the best that we can hope for is maybe a Swords, but we've got a Rapunzel on the other hand. Like, this is not looking good for Sapphire Steel here. This deck on the play is a very aggressive start. Sorry, a very aggressive go-wide kind of deck that all of the characters just have huge bodies. And it makes even the best anti-aggression cards in things like Calhoun and Smee just maybe not cut it.
Which is interesting to see because I mean, he's having the bodies to like challenge in well, but just the drawing power, right? Like, if he's able to even have one character survive, he can heal it with Rapunzel, draw those cards, and have multiple characters to play in one turn. It's a tough situation to be in.
Alright, so Happy looks like it got inked here. Running out another Calhoun. There's a Calhoun off here. I suspect just gain 5. I mean, we could even potentially just not quest with the Calhouns.
Just so you get you get another lore.
Yeah, we just go ahead and gain the 4, go to 14, and then leave both of the Calhouns back to, challenge back, because they don't really have great... They don't have great challenges into Lawrence and Daisy here. What are they going to do? All of them have to double challenge to kill either of them.
And it won't die to Swords. They will die to Strengths.
Strength is a good card here, and that is a follow-up that Pete is able to do. You know, from a few turns earlier, Pete's looked a little, I don't know, disappointing, I suppose. But in this exact instance, it is able to sing that strength, and maybe is enough to carry us out of this a little bit. This is a spot where the Tragic Beast looks a little sad. Given that we're behind, it doesn't really catch us up at all. And Lawrence is really demonstrating why it's a great card. Just being a 4/4 for 3 that quests for 2 is such a beating in this spot. Wow, so we are just running out the Tragic Beast. I suppose if that's all that we have as far as a character, that makes sense. We're able to take out the Lawrence and then double challenge the Daisy to take that out, which is kind of the best that they can do. Removes as much as they possibly can, but these Calhouns are going to be able to challenge and bring us up to, what, 18 already?
Now, did I miss this? Did Lawrence have any damage on it, or was that Pete supposed to be banished along with the Lawrence?
The Pete sang Strength.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Pete sang Strength.
Yeah.
The Smee challenged in, and I think what we're going to see here is maybe drawing a card with Rapunzel. Oh no, we're not going to be able to draw a card with Rapunzel because all of them trade directly. So we're going to have to decide. You know, honestly, I bet the best play here is weirdly just use both Calhouns to challenge and gain 4, and then just play Rapunzel straight up, because Blue Steel doesn't have a great answer to Rapunzel as a 1/5, and that might be enough just to close out the game on its own.
Yeah, I think that's a great strategy, great play. We'll see if Tupaloop can see the line.
It is a very awkward line, because normally you don't want to just have Rapunzel as your thing, but I really feel like Rapunzel just raw is your best choice in this spot to make it. Blue Steel just, they don't have answers to it's maybe Let It Go in some small copies, sometimes Hades maybe the blue one, but those are so rare. We'll have to see if he sees the line, because it is an unintuitive line.
And even then, even if you do go with that line and it doesn't quite work out, you'd still be at 18.
The alternative to that, I suppose, is using both Calhouns. You take out Calhoun and Pete, and then you maybe shoot the Smee with the Storm that's in hand. Or sorry, yeah, the Raging Storm, and then...
Okay, looks like he's going for the Storm play.
Could be Pete. I just don't feel like Pete is what we would want in this spot. Yeah, I think the most unintuitive line is weirdly the correct one, but I can see how it could pretty easily be missed. So we'll see what we end up going for, deciding where to put these Calhouns. Now it's almost always going to be correct to challenge with the Calhouns one way or another. Taking out Calhoun makes the most sense, so that goes up to 16. And then you almost certainly take out Pete over the Smee. Given that our opponent on Sapphire Steel, Scott, does not have a lot of lore currently. So you may as well take out the slightly less healthy character in Pete. Especially because if Smee quests, it takes itself out if they don't have a Cogsworth.
I wonder if he's debating about Storm Raging on B. Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off, Jeebus. This is...
Yeah.
Oh,
ends up finding the line that I was talking about here, and this is the situation where this is your problem now. You need to figure out the answer. You have exactly 2 draws to figure it out, and that's it. So that's that game, and that'll be the match.
Wow, what a great game 3 here in round 3 with Tupelo versus Scott. Tupelo, like you were saying, Jeebus, was kind of able to represent, do you have the answer for this? And if not, I'm going to win. Really great call-outs and an amazing game from Tupelo and Scott. We want to thank them again so much for being here on today's stream and for playing on the feature match. We are following Kendall, aka No I'm Not, all day long on the feature match 2. He did win his round 3, and we will have all of his matches from beginning to end for you to view on our YouTube later on this week. Again, we just want to thank everyone for coming out here today to Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 8K. Really excited to be here and to watch all of today's tournament rounds. It's been a great tournament so far. What do you think, Jeebus?
Absolutely. We've seen some bit of slugfests. We've seen some interesting lines. I think Calhoun is just such a strong card from both an aggro perspective and even a more defensive. We saw it kind of from both sides. So I'm interested to see some more of that type of strategy see play. Genie is obviously very good, right? Out of set 6, it's an evasive that draws a card when it comes into play. Like, that's awesome. But we haven't really seen as many of the other set 6 cards really shine through. And the more and more that I see Calhoun in play, the more I'm convinced that card not only has legs, but it is maybe one of the better Steel 2-drops, period, so far. Smee obviously is probably the GOAT. Doc does draw 2 cards on it, probably pretty far up there too, but this Calhoun, the only downside on it is that it's uninkable, but maybe you don't even ever really want to ink it because it's just such a powerful card on its own. So, we'll keep an eye on it and see how that goes for the rest of the day.
It's had a lot of legwork, and it's doing quite a bit of challenging, gaining a lot of lore this tournament. We've seen it do a ton of work for our players here today in the tournament. Again, we want to thank y'all, the viewers at home, for joining us. We're here at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 8K. We will be live tomorrow for the top 8 tomorrow morning, so be looking out for that. We're excited to offer that to you. And then following tomorrow's tournament for the top 8, we're going to have a 2K Lorcana tournament to show on the stream as well. So lots of Lorcana to play this weekend, lots to see as the meta continues to develop heading into the NA Continentals.
Yeah, and I believe that I heard that this turned from an 8K all the way up to a 10K because of the attendance.
Wow.
So, based on the previous one that was here and this one, I mean, the next one might even be an additional round if they break 256 players, I believe. That's the threshold where they get up to an entire extra round. That's crazy. You know, that's an absurd amount of Lorcana players for something that doesn't feed into, you know, any other major events. This is sort of just a standalone, and it's in such an awesome space. It doesn't surprise me that people are willing to challenge or to travel to this. It really does feel like a con here, more than most smaller events or even mid-sized events that I've been to. You know, there's tons of booths to check out. There's even RCQs and other card events being run here as well. So this space is awesome, and it's such a cool tournament to show up to.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, Charlie's right now hosting, like you were saying, the RCQ for Magic the Gathering Standard. He's got a Christmas toy drive going on upstairs in the event venue. There is so much happening here in Stone Mountain, Georgia. So for the next event, if y'all have a chance to come and to play, y'all should come and check it out. It is a great event to be a part of. Well, we want to thank y'all so much again for being here with us during the live stream. We're going to try to get some deck techs and interviews from the winners for y'all to view later on. But again, thank y'all so much for joining us. We are going to take a quick break as we're getting ready to go into round 4. So thank y'all so much again, and we will see y'all here in just a little bit.
Alright, jumping back in real quick here. The next round was up super fast. So we've already actually gotten started. We got Dragon Johns on the right side with red, blue, so Ruby Sapphire. Josh Karsten with Sapphire Steel. We actually, player one was Dragon Johns here. They actually went first, led off with the Ice Block, and then Tipo into Flabbersham, where it was Popsicle into Smee from Sapphire Steel. So that catches us all up here for the most part. And now we are on turn 3 for the Sapphire Steel player. We're going to see what the follow-up is. The sort of item into Tipo into Flabbersham line is pretty rough to combat from the other side here. So that's generally the worst outcome that you can generally see when you're playing Sapphire Steel into this matchup specifically. They opt for a Fishbone Quill to get some ramp going here into another Popsicle. So if they've got a Flabbersham of their own, this can definitely lead into some pretty fast ramping. Looks like they just use Smee to challenge Tipo, take that out. Smee will get 1 damage here and send it right back. Alright, so now the Smee's got 2 damage because of the end of turn trigger, because it is tapped. And then now we're on to turn 4 for Dragon Johns here with Ruby Sapphire. So now we're getting into the point of the game where some of the bigger characters can start coming down already. See Maui here. Maui taking out Smee. Flabbersham just questing for 1. Get a little bit of lore in while we can. It's kind of free here, especially in this matchup. There's no, big Mauis or anything on the other side that are really going to threaten the 1/6 Flabbersham. May as well get the lore in while you can. And they do have the Flabbersham, so I'm going to use this to try and draw some cards. It's pretty likely to get taken out after getting played, especially in the Sapphire Ruby style of decks. They get Brawl, they've got the human Sisu a lot of times, the big Sisu. All these characters can sort of bully the Flabbersham pretty easily, so it often only gets one item popped to draw those 2 cards, but generally you still have to play it anyway, given that, you need to get some cards out of it. I don't know if they're playing a whole new world yet, we'll find out, but if they are, usually you don't mind just getting a little bit of cards, use them for ink, and then sort of continue on from there.
This is an interesting matchup, just coming back from setting up our cameras for the interview, but goodness, a Sapphire Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. This looks like a tough match to be in for, at least in my mind, the Sapphire Steel player. Once you're both ramping, you're both trying to see where you get to at the end game, but who can get that, Tamatoa out and use Dime? We know that Ruby Sapphire does it great, and they still have answers for bigger characters, whereas Sapphire Steel may not.
So maybe not my favorite sequencing ever, but I don't think it really matters a ton. Usually you want to work with the most information possible with how far you'll go first before you play the things, but I don't really feel like there's many lines other than playing the human Sisu to take out that Flav anyway, so we'll give him a little bit of a pass here. But Maui being able to sing how far I'll go, allowing us to really play multiple spells in a turn, even though that we haven't played a Popsicle at all to go with this Flav, it's still been able to break several items at this point, and that's a really bad spot for the Sapphire Steel player to be in. You don't want your opponent on Ruby Sapphire to really be ahead of you at all, especially if you have a Fishbone Quill in play. And they're even on ink for the most part, and it can get out of control pretty easily because the end game stuff for Ruby Sapphire are definitely a lot stronger than what Sapphire Steel is presenting a lot of times. Even though they do look very similar towards the end anyway. Dimes and crabs, of course. Another Flabbersham. Makes sense with the Fishbone Quill run out then to just sort of play these items and try and convert those extra cards into resources and then convert those into 2 or 3 spells per turn. That's sort of the blue steel method of competing in these spaces, is just do 2 or 3 or 4 things in a turn to your opponent's 1, maybe 2, because then you're just always able to turn those cards directly into tempo, which can be very important when you're, a lot of your cards are kind of middling on their own. So another hand Sisu drawn off the top, likely going to be used to take out this second Flaversham again. We decide to shrink something with the Sisu. Shrinking the Calhoun. Oh, there was a shift Sisu.
Oh.
Okay, that's even better than the hand Sisu, certainly.
That's a great shift line right there, really to take out. Wow.
Leveraging that ice block to make the Smee into 2 strength instead of 3, allowing it to be hit with the trigger from the big Sisu is a bit of a beating. Now, trying to decide if we actually want to draw cards or not here, I think it makes sense to just draw the cards, especially if your hand isn't particularly exciting. I know that there's a Tamatoa in there, so it's likely that we're just looking to get more ink, so that we can actually play the cards that we already have access to. It looks like there's a Lucky Dime and a Tamatoa in hand, so I can understand what the plan already is just to do the stuff that's already in hand, and then win with that. The second How Far I'll Go being sung with the Sisu, this is a secondary bonus to actually doing the shift line here, because now we're able to also, gain value from the How Far I'll Go. We inked the queen that we drew, so that should put us up to 8, I believe, which is what we need to start playing these crabs. Ideally, we go to 9, because then that'll allow us to play a crab, and then also follow up with whatever item we pull out of the discard, which now we have the ability to do pretty easily. So this game is looking to be pretty in favor, I would say, of the blue-red player, which is not that uncommon in this matchup, especially when they're on the play, with as powerful of a draw as they had. So Smee decides to take out the Flaversham, not a big surprise there, but a tough spot to be in, given that the big Sisu is still alive. Looks like there's even another one in hand, which is a little awkward right now because there's nothing to hit with it in particular. Everything is very large.
Even this big Sisu just being a great target for Dime. I mean, it's going to get you 3, 6 in 1 turn if you quest with it, but decides to run out the Tamatoa, can get back an item back from his discard pile. I don't think I've seen a Popsicle on that side.
There has not been a Popsicle, but Tamatoa does have plenty of reasonable targets. We got rid of the Maui Shark, so it does make the Vital Sphere a little less valuable, but we only really have Vital Spheres and Ice Blocks, so given that in theory the Vital Sphere has more modes on it than just slightly shrink one of these monsters on the other side, I think it makes sense to go ahead and go with that one. And then we're just going to quest out with our Sisu to gain 3, go to 7. That makes the Dime a little bit scarier then as well, because it just gets us that much closer to the 20 that we're working with. So our opponent having Chenpo, which can effectively eat this Sisu, which is likely what it's going to do, is just quest or challenge in and take it out. But then we still have this Tamatoa to contend with. There's not a lot of cards that 1-for-1 with Tamatoa out of Blue Steel. As somebody who's played a lot of Blue Steel over the last, however many months, it's basically just Let It Go that does not even see play in that large of quantities anymore. They decide to go with Cogsworth, which in this case is interesting because it lets the Smee continue to quest, because it won't take any damage at the end of turn. So it will be alive, which is valuable, certainly. Debating what we're doing with this Fishbone Quill here.
And still 0 to 7. Scary place to be in when you see the ink that is in Dragon John's Inkwell. And the characters on board with a Lucky Dime they doesn't know that's in hand, but most certainly you imagine is going to come down eventually with this type of a list.
So in theory, running out the Pete to protect from Be Prepared does end up challenging the Sisu, which makes sense, and now we're sitting at 2 to 7 with a Tamatoa in play and a Vital Sphere. So immediately ink Sail, we don't necessarily need it, and our hand is pretty stacked already. So the cycling of draw one card doesn't necessarily make sense. We'd just rather have the ink to work with here. So we're gonna have to quest first for that, but that makes sense.
Oh, he's got another big Sisu in hand, making this ice block that much more effective.
So we get the ice block. My assumption is that we're going to ice block something and then play out the big Sisu, kind of like we did before, but this time it'll take out Cogsworth and something. So we shrink this to me again. Basically the same outcome as last time, except this time we get to take out a Cogsworth. And I don't believe that we have enough ink remaining to activate the Vital Sphere, so this is going to be the turn. Now, with just Chenpo and Pete in play, and no cards in hand, this is a rough spot to be. Oh no, we do have an extra ink. So we could Vital Sphere it and take out the Chenpo if we want.
Yeah, not a bad option here.
And we do that. I don't necessarily know if that's super needed. Given that we had the... that they didn't have enough power and no cards in hand. However, this does mean that the Lucky Dime Tamatoa plan that we're already on is pretty much set in stone because they just don't have the ability to fight this. So Lucky Dime off the top, obviously we just play it, which looks a lot worse when all you have is Pete in play and we have a Crab.
Ooh, it has a popsicle
And has a popsicle. So my guess is we're going to ink something, play the item that we pull out of the discard, and then activate our dime after we quest with Crab, which will gain us 4 from the initial quest right here, put us up to 13, and then we will end up gaining 5, I believe, to put us up to 18, which is a pretty tough spot to be in. And they just scoop it up, that makes sense. The writing's kind of on the wall. They don't have a way with just one card to take out both the Crab and the dime. And being at 18 when they can just play literally any character in their deck, a Cogsworth or something, and dime it is pretty brutal. So we'll pop into our game 2 here with No I'm Not on another slogfest with the blue-red versus... you know, our classic red-purple here. And again, deep into the game, the same way that we would expect, but with double goat in play at 16, it is pretty tough. A Lucky Dime here actually does win the game for Justin, though, I believe.
And this is Kendall, aka No I'm Not's second Sapphire Ruby match to play. He played it during round 3. Was able to get the win off of that, and now we're here in round 4 playing another one, but just like you said, Jeebus, might be depending on who went first, we'll see, but this could be the game right here.
It looks like a Be Prepared. They don't have the Lucky Dime, so they just have to set them to 18 and send it back and hope that's good enough. And just a raw Medusa for power here. A hard place to be, but you know, anything that can quest is generally good enough when you're this close. Now, if they're able to quest, you know, if No I'm Not is able to quest with that, go to 19, then it's literally kill every single character that they play for the rest of the game. But on the flip side, Justin appears to have Big Sisu, which does the same thing. If they're able to untap with it, that's the game. So, bit of a nail biter here right at the end. Glad that we got to pop into the last couple turns.
And maybe Ruby Amethyst has a goat.
Oh, look at this card in hand. It's the promo Dragonfires from the DLC.
Wow.
An uncommon card to see in red-purple these days, but it does cleanly take out that Sisu. Now it is up to Justin to sort of throw it back here. They have to deal with this Medusa immediately or the game's over. Couple of redraws with the Flaversham they're debating. They're gonna ice block first. Makes sense. Just in case they draw a Medusa. They draw a dragon. Let's see if they have enough ink for that. It doesn't look like they do.
Man, this is a close game 1 here.
I think that's only 6.
Enough for a Medusa if he drew it, but I don't think he did, or he would have slammed it.
If it was 7 and we had another inkable, we could quill and ink an extra card and then use the dragon, but I think they only have 6 left, or they don't have a second inkable. No, they do have a brawl, so they must only have 6 ink, and they're debating to see if there's anything they got here, and it looks like they don't. So, all right, we will pop back to our match 1, and it looks like Kendall's up a game in that, and we'll see if we have time to check in on him again after our match 1.
What a great game 1 from Kendall over there. He is our 20 Lore Pro, Community Pro for this tournament. All of his matches will be available for you to watch later on our YouTube, 20 Lore Pro YouTube. They will be available all next week for you to watch at your convenience. So don't worry if you missed out on any of Kendall, aka No I'm Not plays. You'll get to see them later on.
All right, just catching us up on this one. It looks like because this is a really rough start for the blue-red players. So it looks like it was turn 1, Popsicle go, Ink pass, and then Smee pass. Then it was Visions into Fishbone Quill, Quest with the Smee, and then it's just hand Sisu doing nothing. So a pretty bad hand from the blue-red player, I would say, if that's our first couple of runouts. Especially given now that we're playing 6-drops already for our Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, Josh here. I mean, exactly.
Ariel.
Jeebus.
Well, this is going to be a quick game, I suspect. Given such an anemic runout from Dragon Johns here, this Ariel is going to be a bit of a bully, I would say. So we had the line of questing with Smee and then healing it with the Popsicle once to make it so that the Sisu doesn't just get to eat it because of that 1 extra damage, but didn't look like that was possible. We did ink Maui Shark so that we could play the How Far I'll Go. Likely just an awkward amount of inkables in hand, so they didn't have exactly the ideal start. But they ramp a little bit to kind of catch up, and then they send it back. They do have some potential outs now to the Ariel, given that they have a little bit more ink. Maui is a good answer, as well as even shifting Big Sisu and just attacking into it. But Ariel can collect the 5 lore here if it wants. So there's a world where that doesn't seem so bad. They could also, it looks like they have Whole New World in hand. They can just sing that with Ariel.
Yeah, not a bad play. Being able to sing it
or just cast it, potentially.
Looks like he's debating on what he wants to do. Revealed it, though.
Well, it depends on, do you think that 5 lore is more important than playing more stuff this turn? And I think it probably is. You just collect the lore while you can, because you can go up to 9. And you still can get up to 3 ink this turn because of the Fishbone Quill and play another thing. So I don't actually hate this play.
I like it especially because he already has so much ink ahead of Dragon Jones with his Ruby Sapphire list that, honestly, he may even draw into another Ariel, so...
We drew a Fishbone Quill here, actually. I really quite like... we drew into a Fire the Cannons. I really like Fire the Cannonsing the Sisu to just pull it off the board.
Preventing the shift line.
It prevents the shift line. It just keeps our board a little safer. It also protects the Smee a bit more. Yeah, we do end up Fire the Cannonsing the Sisu, which I think is really, really powerful here. Just limiting what our opponent is able to do with the extra cards that we gave them. I mean, they discarded 6 cards. That's rough, because we had nothing in our hand. So that's a draw 1 versus a draw 7. That is when Whole New World is at its strongest. And it looks like they didn't draw Maui, so this aerial is going to close the game out in 2 turns here.
That's just what I was thinking. That Maui here would have been kind of a great out for Dragon, but wasn't able to get it off those 7 new cards.
Plays a Tipo. Smee should have an extra damage on it. So we'll make sure that that is corrected. I don't believe that it will matter in this spot, but...
No, I think based on all the aerials, and you see Dragon just kind of counting it up.
Exactly. He looked at his options. They were bad, which we suspected, given that Ariel was already going to put him at basically lethal on board. You know, if they have a lucky dime, it was just over the next turn. A pretty brutal one. That puts them at 1-1, and we will go and check out the other game and see where they're at while they shuffle up for their game 3. And we'll make sure to watch game 3 for this one.
And here's game 2. No, I'm not versus Justin here. Ruby Amethyst versus Sapphire Ruby. Looks like a early start with a Popsicle to a Tipo. And now we have a how far I'll go. That's a quick run of cards.
Looks like they did brawl the Frenemy, so it was a pretty standard run out from No I'm Not here, going, you know, 1 drop into Frenemy into Sisu, but the brawl took it out, which I think is fine. You know, it's not what you would hope for from No I'm Not, but it's pretty predictable from what you would expect on the draw in this matchup. Frenemy certainly at its worst on the draw. Ink's another hand. Sisu probably going to play a Genie or a Rabbit. Yep. Draw some cards here. Get in a little bit of lore with the Sisu. You know that it's not going to last long. The Sisu can get taken out with just a numerous amount of things here. So you want to get the lore in while you can, because your characters are not always long for the board.
Justin really doing his best here to ramp to get to those higher value characters in his deck. I think he's going to get there pretty quick because he's got quite a bit. We'll see if he can get there, though, before No I'm Not can establish his board state and gain his lore.
Looks like he's just going for a lot of ramp here. Oh no, sorry, this is a Visions, looking for specific cards. Visions allowing you to look at the top 5, pick your favorite, and put the rest on the bottom. A very powerful card, and really gives this deck a lot of hand control. Couple more drinking something here. Looks like the Sisu. Maybe can just brawl it. I believe that it is 1 short without the ice block, but with the ice block, I believe that works. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. -1 is 2, so that'll take it out. Do we want to see if they have gotten ready on match 1 here? I feel like we'll have time to still pop in and catch the end of Kendall's game there.
I agree. These matches between Ruby Sapphire, or Amethyst Ruby and Ruby Sapphire tend to go pretty long.
Perfect timing. Looks like we caught them right as they got started. So,
turn 1 Popsicle from Dragon.
Blue-red on the play again, which is generally pretty good in this matchup, I would say. Pretty good in most matchups, but being the first one to ramp certainly matters a lot more. Both players run out Popsicles. Pretty eye-rolly a little bit for the blue decks. Turn 1 Popsicle. Big surprise there. Alright, into Tipo. Pretty standard line that's been there since the previous set. Tipo being one of the stronger ramp options available. Inks another card from their hand. Just sends it back. So it does allow them to skip turn 3 effectively and go straight to turn 4. They do have a Flaversham, and they also have a Grammatala, so a couple of different choices for how they want to navigate this. If they only have 1 item left, they may play the Gramma. But in this case, given that they're on the play, I would not be surprised to see them run out the Flaversham just to draw 2 cards.
And we do know that Josh is playing Whole New World, but in this case, he's going first. He has the additional ink in his Inkwell, so having more options to choose the best cards to play, I think is a great choice, rather than going with the other option in this case.
Yeah, decides to ramp with Explore the Azurite Sea instead of playing something like a Smee. which I think is a shout to them being on the draw as opposed to on the play. They are not able to be as aggressive. They don't need to be as defensive either, because generally Red-Blue is not the fastest deck in the world. They do close very quickly, but it takes them a minute to get up there. They do end up running out the Flowersham, destroying a couple cards, kind of the way that we predicted. Now the Grammatala will allow you to dig for additional items to be able to continue to draw with the Flowersham. And Blue Steel doesn't really have a lot of awesome answers to Flowersham, so usually you're able to get 4 cards out of it as long as you have the items. They Fishbone Quill going for ramp, and maybe they're going for the quick aerial that's in hand.
About to say, we see Dragon, he just inked a Maui, which would have been a great answer last game for Josh's aerial that helped him win. We'll see what it does this game, being on the draw.
Plays out the Grandma, likely trying to find an item if possible. I don't believe there's an item. It looks like a Maui versus a Brawl, perhaps? Oh no, is that a Pirate's Life? Oh, that's a Pirate's Life.
Oh, it is in his hand.
Pirate's Life is a very good card in combination with Maui Shark, allowing you to sort of push lore, reduce your opponent's lore a little bit. Not necessarily that necessary in this matchup, especially this early on. It isn't really what you're looking for. The Maui can be pretty good. We're just going to gain 2 lore because our opponent can't really slow us down. Not the fastest clock, but still a clock nonetheless. Send it back. Our opponent's got 5. They can go up to 7 if they want, but given that we know what's in Josh's hand, I would suspect an aerial here, which may or may not be good enough, but they do have the Whole New World, and aerial plus Whole New World is almost guaranteed, not quite 100%, but it's a pretty good chance that they're going to be able to Whole New World if they want. And with the Fishbone Quill versus no Fishbone Quill, that is generally a pretty good way of forcing action in the game. If you're able to play more spells than your opponent with that Whole New World, it generally ends up being a little bit better to cast it.
And Dragon right now, we're seeing his hand. He's got a lot of answers, so if you can Whole New World, especially if you have some great characters on the board, it could help you a lot to get rid of the answers, so that way you don't see them, hopefully, with the new set of hand, but
ends up going with Flowersham to pick up some more cards. It's possible that we didn't have the right kind of Inkables in our hand for us to want to get rid of them. Obviously, it looks like there's a Lucky Dime in the hand as well as the Whole New World, so it's possible that we didn't want to lose that dime to be able to get to that point.
yeah, some lists, I think most have gone to 2, but even some back then were running 1, and so it could be brutal to lose your 1 dime.
Yeah, absolutely. The Crab can get it back if you Whole New World it, but if you do hit it with the Fishbone Quill, it's just gone. We lose it with a Medusa here, so Flowersham got to draw the 2 cards that you would expect it to in this matchup, and no more. Generally, Blue Steel versus Blue Red, that is kind of the way that Flowersham works, is it really only gets that 1 activation, and then it gets taken out with basically every removal spell in the Ruby player's deck.
Yeah, we see Dragon here really doing a great job of just playing character after character that really make a difference, either when they're played or when they quest, and he's doing what Ruby Sapphire does. He's drawing cards, he's going up on ink, he's finding these answers that Josh is right now not having a whole lot against.
Yeah, and this is one of the spots where I think Blue-Red has a pretty big advantage in this matchup, is they sort of put a bunch of dorks on the board. You know, we got a Flowersham with no items, we got a Grammatala, Tipo, and they've just been questing, and while they don't gain a lot of lore, each individual one is only questing for 1, they've been already able to get up to 6, now they're going to be able to untap for a whole nother turn, go up to 9, 10 with the Medusa. Like, that's already a lot of lore, forcing the, you know, in theory more aggressive or needing to be more aggressive player. I mean, I would think that Sapphire Steel in this matchup has to be the beatdown a lot, because they don't have things like Be Prepared, they don't have these massive haymakers to sort of clean back up the board, and Aerial as a defensive tool is not great. You know, and now we're seeing, if we lose this Tinkerbell, like, this Whole New World looks pretty bad.
Yeah, just getting to untap all of those characters. I mean, Dragon's got a lot of cards in hand that are great. The Maui, the B-Prep, just one after another character are able to just come out here and draw.
Runs out a Popsicle here, which then we're going to be able to use with the Flaversham. Go to 7, draw 2 more cards. Looks like we picked up a Tipo and another Explore the Azurite Sea, and likely just going to ramp a little bit more to make sure that if they do Whole New World, that it does not have as large of an impact, which I actually think is a pretty good line. It keeps us at pretty good pace with the Fishbone Quill. Likely another Grammatal that we've been holding in hand for a while.
Yeah, just
Get rid
off
of
camera.
Interestingly, we got rid of the Flaversham. I suppose we don't need another one when we can just ramp an additional time, this time by singing How Far I'll Go. And now, while we are not pushing lore the same way that we could have, we're only really costing ourselves 1 lore to gain more cards in hand, more ink in play. Like, we've now at least kept up with this Fishbone Quill, which is sort of a key, because now, like, what's our best case here? We, as the blue steel player, are able to kind of clean up the board a little bit, but then we untap and we basically just have this Tinkerbell and not a lot else, versus, you know, a blue-red player with a ton of ink, a decent grip of cards, and you just never know what else they've got going. I mean, a Tamatoa is a disaster off the top. Even the Dragon that we know that they have can be really brutal, taking out the Tinkerbell, and then we just are, you know, facing this very large character with no real board ourselves. They can clean up basically everything. If they do grab your swords first, they can then attack the Flaversham with Tinkerbell, and then take out the Medusa and just wipe the whole board. So we can challenge, use the trigger to clear up the board. Oh, there's another Grammatal, that's right off the screen. But they can still take out everything else, and then the Tinkerbell's still safe from getting removed here. But that's going to be most of their turn, pretty much because they don't have any other Inkables. But it does look like their hand is Aerial Dime and Grab Your Swords, so that can be a really scary clock. We did have exactly 8, so we inked to go to 9. We played the Dragon, we did take out the Tinkerbell like we thought might be the line, and now they just have nothing in play versus our Dragon and our Grammatala. I don't know if the Aerial Dime is going to be fast enough, though it is 5 lore per turn. We would almost need another big thing, which they did draw a crab. That might be enough to race. It'll be pretty close.
This is turning out to be an interesting game with the draws that we just saw from Josh. This is
It can be pretty close, I think.
this is not out of the woods yet.
Aerial is a very, very powerful card and can allow you to kind of close the game real fast, and the ward makes it very challenging to deal with. Medusa's not an answer. The big Sisu, not an answer. It's basically be prepared or bust in order to actually deal with the Aerial before it's able to quest. Now, the Dragon can actually sing Be Prepared, which we do have a copy of in hand. I don't hate the idea of singing Be Prepared here, playing Tamatoa, and then setting ourselves up to the point where we now have this crab plus dime that can just close out the game in a couple of turns.
Yeah, I think that was a lot cleaner of a line, because you then take away any opportunity that Josh had to try to make a way into the game using the Aerial by singing that Be Prepared, which you don't get to see sung too often, but that Maleficent able to do it well.
The fact that we have so many items in hand too, because we had the Vitalosphere as well, we get the Popsicle back. Now all of a sudden we're threatening potentially lethal if we have a dime in hand already. Which I don't think that we have, but we do have some other items.
Yeah, another Vitalosphere right there.
Yeah.
Your questing count, at least with Tamatoa, goes up pretty high. I think a big Sisu is his second card in hand.
Yeah, and I think this is where not using the whole new world with the aerial earlier is going to maybe cost us. Because our hand is just whole new worlds and dimes. We're going to run out the crab, but I don't know if the crab on its own is enough, even with the dime, to be able to race a crab from the other side. You know, we're looking at lore counts of 10 versus 0. You know, the crab who's already on 10 is in a much better spot, and we're questing for 5 here.
Yeah, that's a ton.
We're questing for 5, and we're drawing a card likely with the popsicle here. And if it's dime off the top, the game's just over.
Able to draw with a
It's not dime. It's okay. I would assume if we have another character, we may just run it out. Just to give us a different source of damage in case the Tamatoa gets removed. Sorry, another source of lore gain. I think there's a a big Sisu. I might be compelled to play that.
A pirate's life.
Okay, so now that we have since we have the Pirate's Life, I would absolutely play out the Sisu.
I think he saw the line of Pirate's Life and just thought, gain lore, I want to gain.
Because in this spot, if we Sisu, then the Pirate's Life is just also lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So we have two different lethals in this spot.
No, I like that play. It's more patient. It's better. You're representing threats on the board they have to deal with while still having that Pirate's Life in hand to play that you know is going to hit.
So on this board, we have Sisu, who is lethal, because it puts us up to 18. We have 2 gain in hand. And we also have the Tamatoa, which is questing for 5, which is also lethal. So I think this is it. There is no real outs for Sapphire Steel to be able to deal with both of these cards. And they may not even be able to deal with the Tamatoa. Like, that already is maybe problematic. I don't see, in hand at least, an answer to that just yet. We get to look at 5 cards, which is a lot of cards. They all are textless. We probably take, maybe the Popsicle for a redraw?
I'm trying to think of Sapphire Steel's outs right here, and I just can't think of too many.
I don't believe that our opponent has drawn so many cards that we can whole new world them out of this game either. So I suspect that this game is over in favor of blue-red. Sail the Azurite Sea. We found another Popsicle. We can play another Popsicle.
Goodness, you think if Dime was out even earlier in this game for Josh, that if he would have had maybe one activation before this, but that's going to be it. I don't see.
Alright, so we lose the Pirate's Life, but it does not matter because there is no answer to the Tamatoa here. So John showed the Pirate's Life, showing that we would have needed to answer both cards, and drawing 7 is just not going to do that, so...
That's Dragon taking our round 4 on game 3. Congratulations to Dragon piloting a Ruby Sapphireless against Josh. Let's head on over to match 2 here. Our pro player who was picked by the community, Kindle, aka No I'm Not, it looks like went to 19 and 20, won it in 2 against Justin, won that game 2-0 in round 4. Congratulations to No I'm Not. Again, we didn't get to see the end of that game there for No I'm Not, but he is our community pro for 20 Lore Pro as voted by the community. So all of his matches are being recorded. They are going to be available for you to watch over on YouTube later on this week. So make sure that you tune in to the 20 Lore Pro YouTube. Those will be there for you to watch. And again, thank y'all for joining us here today. We want to thank Charlie's Collectibles Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia for hosting today's Lorcana tournament. It was an 8K, but there's been enough players that they've now changed this into a 10K tournament. What did you think today about round 4, watching Josh versus Dragon?
Play draw again came up. That was pretty important. I do think that the aerials looked very powerful. I'm not 100% sure if the line to be a little bit more conservative with the Whole New World was ideal. It may not have mattered at all. Given that the follow-up turn, I mean, we ended up ramping, another 2 or 3 with several cards. I mean, the multiple spells per turn is where you need to get in those matchups to really get ahead. And the blue-red player being on the play in Game 3 was already doing that before we even got to the point of being able to play any of our Whole New Worlds, any of our draw card. It was pretty rough. The curve of one drop item into one of the ramp spells, skipping your 3-drop and going straight to Flabbersham is really insurmountable sometimes, because they just have so many resources to work with. Kind of got buried a little bit.
It's hard, I think, a lot of times to find the right timing to play Whole New World in those types of matchups, because they're sometimes inking just as fast as you are trying to ramp up, and in both these matchups, both these color pairings, you're giving each other the opportunity to play huge game-changing characters, and it's tough to know when, as we saw with Josh in that case on Game 3.
Yeah, a lot of times you got to try and race to get enough lore to be able to close out with, a quick dime or an unanswered aerial plus a dime. And if you're at 0 and they're not, it's a much harder battle to try and come back. Gaining 20 in a turn is much harder than gaining 10. 10 is a reasonable number.
Right.
Seems like it shouldn't be, but 10 is a very reasonable number to gain in those decks. 20 is a bit more difficult. And being able to sing the Be Prepared and develop another threat, it really was that was the nail in the coffin there. So I do think that it's a pretty rough matchup for Sapphire Steel. I think it's probably one of their worst matchups overall, because the decks are both trying to do a very similar thing, which is just put a little bit more resources into the Inkwell directly. And I think that once you get to the end of it, the Ruby cards are just bigger and better once you get there. A little less mid-rangey, a little more sort of endgame type of bombs. So a tough matchup overall, but still very in it at X and 1. So we'll likely see them again.
No, it was great to watch them. Congratulations to Josh and to Dragon for taking the round. That was a great round 4 to watch. Really excited to be here for Charlie's Collectible Show's Lorcana 10K now. We're going to be taking a quick break. We will be back for round 5. Again, we have all of this streamed in multiple languages. We have Chinese currently, we have French and German. We have all of those links in the description if you'd like to watch those in those languages for you right now. We want to thank again Charlie for hosting today's tournament, and for all the competitors who came out here today to Stone Mountain, Georgia. Thank y'all at Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you may be watching at home. Thank y'all for joining us here today for today's tournament. We will be back in just a little bit, and thank y'all again. We hope that y'all have an amazing time. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I am one of your announcers today, Sir Ashtown, and join with me is Jeebus from Ink Thieves TCG. How are you doing today, Jeebus?
Oh, I'm doing great.
We're excited to be here at Charlie's Collectible Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia for their Lorcana 10K. It was upgraded from an AK to a 10K because there are over 215 players in today's event. Very excited to be here, and today we're having 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8 tomorrow morning on Sunday. After that top 8 on Sunday, we will have a 2K Lorcana tournament to stream for all of y'all at home. Don't worry if you missed any of today's rounds, they will be up on our YouTube channel, 20 Lore Pro, later on this week. We will also have the VOD from today's tournament up on our Twitch and on YouTube, available for you to watch. If you speak or know of someone who speaks a different language, such as Chinese, French, German, and you'd like for them to view today's Lorcana content, in the video description here on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're at, it's there available for you to click on and to watch at your convenience. Again, we've had some really great rounds in today's tournament, and we want to thank some of our sponsors such as GFQ Underground. They made the amazing playmats that you've seen on the feature match, along with Diamond Ink Apparel, who did the artwork. Huge shout out to Diamond Ink Apparel and GFQ Underground. Let's get underway with match 1 here in round 5 of the Swiss. Really excited to see how these players are doing so far in this match.
All right, now it looks like we are ready for... Looks like they've finished adjusting their hands, and we got SSG Ghosty with looks like Emerald Amethyst, and another Amber Steel, maybe Steel Song, maybe more of the classic Dwarven Mine. We'll have to see how that looks once they get a little bit more into the game from Alex here. So it looks like we're starting off with a Curse Merfolk. Definitely what you want to do when you're on the play for sure, and then we will see what the response is. So there's a Beast into a Cindy. This could go either way with either one of the decks. It does look like there's some Dwarves in hand, so I would assume that this is probably Dwarven Mine, but again, we don't know. Cinderella is definitely a good start, regardless of the version that they chose. A couple more 1-drops deployed. The new Diablo, which is just a 0/1 that quests for 1, and when it is banished, you draw a card. Similar to like the old Kuzco, really any of the cards like that. They do get to do the classic sing with Cinderella and draw a card here with Raging Storm. Let the storm rage on, of course, to just blast a character, draw a card. They opt not to go with the Curse Merfolk, likely because they can just challenge it later. It doesn't really threaten the Cinderella either, because they did remove the 2/1 with Chernobog's followers. So the Cindy should be pretty safe here unless they play a Fox, which is certainly possible. They go with the White Rose, and then quest for another 3, so +4 going to 6. Definitely an aggressive choice. Likely a lot of these characters are going to get bullied this turn from Alex, especially if they have a strength in hand. They can sing the strength, take out the White Rose, challenge everything else, and really catch up.
I was about to say, this has been some pretty quick gameplay from both these players. It seems like they know their decks pretty well, and even probably the matchup. I mean, they are just going into it, and we'll see how Alex is. Looks like he inks this Pluto, which makes sense. Pretty far off right now.
It does not appear that they have much targeted removal in hand. I think they're considering what, if anything, they would be willing to discard to take out this Curse Merfolk. They play a Pete, which will limit the spells that are going to be able to cast, so no action is going to come down next turn. Looks like a Lawrence, maybe another Happy in hand. So they decide to take out the Diablo, which lets them draw a card. Happy's going to take out the Curse Merfolk, and we're going to discard... looks like the Lawrence, maybe. Lawrence is certainly off curve a little bit here, now that we're moving into 5 at this point. That's fine, leaves us with just the White Rose, which can crack back and try to challenge if they want. Goes for Rabbit, draws some cards, makes sense, given that they're a little bit behind on board now. They're probably going to clean up something since the White Rose really only quests for 1. Removing something off the board is likely favorable here.
Yeah, White Rose just being a great challenger here in this state. I mean, having a 3/3 body, a lot of these characters on the outside of the board.
We're going to have to do a judge call here. They forgot about the Pete, and they went to cast a Friends, and they just started drawing right away. The Pete was pointed out basically right away. However, they did still draw extra cards into their hand, so my assumption is that we're going to have to rewind as much as we can, but to resolve the extra cards that are in hand, they're probably just going to have to pick one at random, because that's kind of the only real solution that we've got. But we'll have to see what the judge decides to do on this.
Yeah, it's tough. You just kind of have a game plan in mind and you start implementing it without sometimes thinking about everything else that's available on the board going on. I've made that mistake before, and we're kind of seeing it here play out. I wonder what the judge is going to do as far as the extra cards drawn.
It's definitely fine. You know, they have been playing at a very fast pace, but it is one reason to make sure that you confirm with your opponent before, especially starting to draw. You know, hey, I'm going to cast this thing. Make sure that you're both on board with it, and then go to the point of resolving it. And just drawing the cards straight into your hand can be a little bit risky. I mean, if we'd drawn them to the side before looking at them, we may have been able to rewind this on our own, because it's not really that big of a deal if you just move 2 cards to the side, they point out Pete, you're like, oh, okay, put them back. Not that big of a deal because you haven't looked at them yet. We haven't really done the draw action. We've just gotten to the point where we're going to draw, and then it's a little bit easier to resolve. I don't even know if he got to the point of drawing cards more than just the 1, but we'll have to see what the players end up having for a resolution on this.
Yeah, think about what the judge, like if they choose, okay, a random card goes back, or you get to look at their hand and choose the card you want to go back.
Generally, it would not be look at the hand since it's too much unknown information. A lot of times, if it's just an extra drawn card, it would be, I believe that the ruling for drawing extra cards, since it's impossible to know which the drawn card was most of the time, unless they only had that card in hand, then you just have to assume that they're all equally likely to be that card, and then you just have to go with, you choose random cards to even out the rest of it, and then you shuffle them. And as long as you don't know any of the bottom cards, it's the same outcome overall, which can be, you know, a super positive or a super negative, depending upon what cards get sent back. Maybe they had something in their hand that they would have wanted to play the following turn, and now they don't have it anymore. But it's hard to speculate. It does depend on, you know, what information was known, and it is up to the judge to make the correct ruling on it. We have a great judge team here today that will absolutely be able to take care of this, and they caught it in time so that it's not too much of a disaster. You know, if we had waited too much longer, you know, we passed the turn after we drew the cards or whatever, then it will be a little bit more difficult. Because rewinding it to the point where they cast it certainly would be possible.
And in these instances, when I'm questioning what happens, what should we do, I turn to a Discord called Lorcana Rulebook Hub. There's a great community member and moderator of the 20 Lore Pro Discord named Speedy, a well-known judge within the community, has judged at some of the Disney Lorcana challenges, and also helps moderate in the Lorcana Rulebook Hub. There are judges available on standby almost every single point of the day to help out with any rule questions that you may have. They're always doing quizzes and different things in their Discord, so shout out to Lorcana Rulebook Hub and Speedy as we get here continued on with the gameplay.
Looks like we were able to rewind it enough that it wasn't so substantial here that they couldn't be corrected. They ended up inking the Friends and just playing the rabbit to draw the card instead, and then that ended up working out just fine. So now they sing the second friends that they've got, and they're going to try and deal with this board. They did end up challenging with 2 characters the Happy into what we're looking at here.
This is the Sven coming on the board. I believe it taps something down, can quest for 2. Pretty strong. Here's a Piglet and a Doc. Gonna let Alex be able to draw 2 after playing out some strong characters on his side of the field. Alex here really representing a lot of lore to be gained on the board. We'll see what SSG Ghosty is able to do. Decides to challenge in with the Pete.
Sven is certainly very strong, being able to protect the Pete a little bit and still put additional lore pressure on. So it looks like this is a more along the lines of what I would imagine a Dwarven Mine list looks like, as opposed to one that is more that bigger Steel Song.
This Dwarven Mine can be pretty scary too, just knowing that all of your knights can do so much damage.
Yeah, a little bit of extra direct damage on the characters certainly makes just having some around not quite as impactful. Another draw 2 from Ghosty here, so they've basically ripped all their friends this game. They just keep casting them to not only fill their handful of cards, but also come up with a game plan to deal with what our opponent is doing here. So they end up Cloud Kickering the more problematic card, in Piglet here, and then they fox into something else. So they've done a pretty good job of managing the board state, so that it doesn't get completely out of control. Now, I do see a Simba in hand from Alex, which would explain the 1-drop Simba, likely looking as, an okay, earlier mid-drop, being able to discard a card, draw a different card, but also as a very respectable shift target. Allows you to sort of quest out if you shift it, and then untap all of your other characters because it'll be exerted right away. It's very, very powerful. And especially in this matchup, being a 4/4 is not embarrassing. It is able to sort of bully a lot of what your opponent is doing, because there's just not that many answers to a 4/4. Kit Cloud Kicker certainly looks embarrassing into that.
And Simba, just being able to ready all your characters, 4/4 like you're saying, quest for 2, it's just, it's a strong card, and when you just need a beefy character, it does the job in a list like this, that a lot of your characters, 1 or 2 drops, are a lot lower. Maybe when you see a Simba in these lists, that might now be an indicator that they're playing that shift line.
So they decide to go with the Simba just to run it out, which makes sense given that their hand is basically just Pete's and Piglets. And they know that, because of the Ursula. So they're almost certainly going to have to trade something here, or all of these things are going to be able to untap. Though Ghosty is ahead on the race, this Simba does have a pretty big ability to make the lore a little bit swingier. You can even, assuming that your character lives, you can challenge and then untap them. We can use this Simba actually to challenge the Kit rather than questing, and then the rest of the characters still will untap because it's exerted.
I was just saying, we've already seen a Sven from Alex, so we know that he plays it. Could cause a lot of... Ooh, there's a double play. Wait a second, from Alex with Mr. Smee and Piglet. Man, getting the quest and then untap and then ready all of those, that would be a pretty good play.
Yes, that would be representing 10 with what's already on board. It sort of will depend on what we want to quest with this turn, or if we just want to challenge the Cloud Kicker. Looks like we're just going to challenge the Cloud Kicker, remove that off the board. We might just say go. No, we are gonna gain our 4, which I think is an interesting line. It is unfortunately not gonna work out super well for us. It won't be that bad, but the Simba is not going to be nearly as impactful, I think, as it could have been. But it is hard to wait because there's, you know, things like Elsa that can tap it and make its effect a lot worse. But I believe that that Ghosty has a fox or a crab, something that will allow him to trade up into the Simba, which is really not that surprising, given that that's kind of every card in Green Purple's arsenal.
I could see that where you think my opponent has so many cards in their hand, the odds of them having the answer that I can think up is more likely, so rather get the advantage now than later, but sometimes they just don't have it.
And if they don't have it, that can be really good for you. And it looks like maybe they don't. They did bounce Piglet, which certainly slows down the lore gain, but I mean, we're still representing another big chunk of lore coming down the turn after, and we still have the Piglet in hand that we're going to play as a follow-up. You know, they're running out of Cloud Kickers here. The Ursula, they look at it again. We just have Cloud Kicker, and is that Pluto? Sorry, the Cloud Kickered Piglet and then Pluto, which we can actually play. If we draw an Inkable, we can play them both. Now, Simba and Pluto don't really work super well together.
I was just thinking that. It would force it to untap.
Yes, because I don't believe that you have the ability to individually ready them. It is ready or not ready for all the other characters, so I believe that if we commit the Pluto with Bodyguard, that is sort of all of them, so I see. So we are playing. Did you see what that card was? Here, I'll bring it up for you.
Yeah, I totally missed it. I know it's the Gazelle from a great movie, Zootopia.
I believe that it is.
I thought it was a 3-drop.
I'm pretty sure it's a 2-drop.
Oh, there it is. I won't give in.
There you go. So that was I Won't Give In. So it is a song. It returns a card with cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. So it allows you to rebuy a lot of sort of the really impactful cards in these colors. You know, if they're playing Doc, you can grab a Doc back. Piglet can be really strong as a later game card that you can bring back. You can hit the Smee, certainly is very good and can be very good. Even sometimes getting like a Cinderella or a Simba, if you have the shift one, maybe you grab a Simba back and you use that to shift it the turn after, and that can be really powerful. So
yeah, I can see why a card like this would be viable in this type of a list, because it hits quite a bit of grade 2 or even in Piglet 3 lore questing characters.
So it looks like we actually picked up a Zeus, maybe?
Well, the 9 here, we do have some good challenging ability from SSG, especially because we know that he's got stuff in his hand like Merlin Crabs that can up trade with things, but that's still, with this Simba on the board, that's a lot of questing you can do. We're kind of in that conundrum again where does he wait to quest until you can get the heavy questers in Piglet and Mr. Smee, or do you use it now?
I wonder if we're debating using Smee to take out the Ursula and then also using the Simba to sing and take out the snake. We're certainly going to do something with this Simba, whether it's just quest for 2 to go to 13, which doesn't look terrible, or just use it to Zeus and take something out. I honestly would almost rather just quest, make them have to deal with this Simba, and then we have, you know, Piglet and the crew here as a follow-up the turn after to close out. Because just with our untapped characters, we'd be representing, what, 5, 6, 7, 8? Which is enough to close it out as long as that Piglet is still in play. And we know that at least 3 of the Cloud Kickers are already out, so the only thing that they would be able to do is bounce the Cloud Kicker back and replay it, which certainly is possible, though.
Yeah, I don't like the idea, or I like the idea of questing here. He does decide to sing it to take care of the snake, again saying, you have to have the answer for my character or it's going to stay on the board.
They do have the ability, they can just Ursula kit all into the Simba, but that's just such a bad trade overall because it's your whole board for just the Simba, and then what? You maybe Cloud Kicker the Piglet, and then or Elsa, which they have in their hand, but that's like your whole turn, and then they still have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they go up to 16. That's still pretty bad, and you only have Elsa left. This Simba's been a bit of a problem overall, and we know, that there's still some card in hand for Alex as follow-up afterwards. And I don't see exactly what it is, but if it's still at Pluto, that's an insane follow-up if the Simba's taken out. So maybe that's the forced action here, is you kind of have to challenge the Simba to get rid of it, and then, they overcommit into taking out the Piglet because they almost have to. Okay, so they take out the Piglet with Bell. I think that's fine.
And now they have a good challenger in the sense that this Bell's a 4/4, but also quest for 2.
But the Simba's still in play, and a big problem here. Like, if we have a Crab, we can ink something and play a Crab to trade an Ursula into Simba. I think that would be okay, but without being able to take out the Simba, it has really bullied this board.
Yeah, Simba's been doing great for Alex this match.
Like, I just don't see the card in hand. I don't see Crab at all. And without Crab, like, this is brutal. Using the Bell versus using the Elsa, I mean, Bell just commits a little bit more damage to the board. I think that's fine. But, like, what do we gain 2, go to 14? Like, it's good, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough here. We don't quite win, obviously. It's 2, 4, 6, 7. That puts us at 18. And our opponent does have a pretty strong board, but, like, Alex doesn't have to quest all out. They can just challenge a few things with their characters and then quest for some, and I think that's fine, because we know that in green and purple, they really don't have a good answer to a wide board. They can answer tall boards, they can bounce an individual thing, or they can challenge in with Crab and fight one thing, but they just don't have great board wiping potential unless they're playing something, like Under the Sea, which these lists can't really afford to do.
I could see a turn where he possibly has a Fox and starts using the Ursulas and the Fox to challenge in, and then you've bounced maybe the Bell that already did challenge and survive to replay it, move damage. That could be effective in the sense that you could affect the board state on Alex's side by removing several characters at once, but you're right, you have to have those exact cards or you're not going to have enough removal to take out several characters.
I think we drew another Simba. We're going to loot and see if there's a better card. We got rid of the Zeus. I might have Zeus that Bell. I don't know if it'll matter, but we don't know what that last card is. It could just be another big yellow Simba. Oh, it's a smash. Okay, so they smash Gogo Tamago. Fine. It must not have been Zeus in their hand. I must have been seeing a different card. It would make more sense if it was like another small Simba or something. But they get rid of the Gogo Tamago, and I would not be surprised if they just quest out here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7. They go full out, and then that is probably okay. I mean, I think they're actually considering playing around the Ghost line, sorry, the Goat line, by taking out 2 of these characters, taking out the Ursulas. So they could do that pretty easily as well. Just use the Simba and the Smee to take out both Ursulas, leave them with only Bell in play. I think that's probably safer. And you still have very lethal on board with the Smee. Yeah, I almost feel like they have to do that, because otherwise they're allowing your opponent to go up to 18 is just a goat and a bounce, or even a white and a bounce. And allowing, the white rose plus the bounce is probably not where you want to be. Yeah, because they would only need to ink one, and then even, the white rose plus a snake is lethal, so I think they do have to take out at least some of these.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right that Alex is not quite in a position to have won that turn, but can next turn as long as he sets us up right. SSG is still not out of this, but losing a character or two makes him that much further away from it.
It is possible that allowing them to go to 17 is okay, because they don't have enough to go goat, bounce, goat. Because they only have 4, 5, 6, 7. So they can go to 8, which is not enough to do goat, bounce, and then replay it. So in theory, we could go up to 16 here, but I don't actually think that you need to. 14 is fine for what we're untapping here. Most of the time, I would say. Because they're still in a position where they have to take out this Simba, and then you have the rest of the board.
And that gray right here, we see Simba also saving Mr. Smee from not having to take the one more damage to be banished.
Yeah, it's very true.
This is a tough spot for SSG to be in right here. We'll see what cards he has to try to get himself out of this. We know that he really has to take out several of these characters on Alex's side of the board. They're going to be able to quest next turn to give him the game unless he changes some of this.
Yeah, even outside of the Simba, it is still representing enough lore to close it out. And even with the ability to take out a couple of these, you're going to lose the Simba most of the time, I would think. But it's going to trade with the Bell, which is fine, because then there's just not pressure from the other side. So they play an Elsa and tap it, that makes sense. They're able to take out the Smee and likely take out the Simba. Elsa gets a little bit of damage on it, but this makes Gogo Tamago an insane draw. Another reason that ability to grab a card back from the discard is really strong. You can grab Gogo Tamago back and actually just replay it. Oh right, that's a different deck. Never mind.
I was just thinking, wait,
that's a different deck. Okay, so the Tamago doesn't really do it. Rapunzel and then just jam.
He did.
Yeah, I don't even know what I was thinking. But we go up to 18 here. With a Rapunzel untapped, just send it back. I just think it's too insurmountable. It's just too many threats to really deal with enough at a time. We'll draw some card, I guess.
I do think that's a good point, is that there could have been a point in this game where that Go-Go could have turned into more lore.
Yeah, it's interesting that they decided to just run it out, because I feel like there was some opportunity for that to gain more than just be in play and get killed, but it doesn't look like it matters. It's just too wide of a board for green-purple to deal with, which is not uncommon for these matchups, is you just try to go wider than what they're doing, win on board, and then hope that that's good enough.
We're going to take a quick look into our Round 5 feature match game 2, which features our Community Pro for 20 Lore Pro. He is Kindle, aka No I'm Not, who is going to be able to play all day and have all of those matches recorded for us to view later on YouTube. He is currently 1-1, 4-0 against Amber Steel.
And this is a rough board. It looks like that Simba just got shifted onto the little one. It did get taken out with a Fox, but it was able to protect the smaller cards on the board, which generally are very impactful in Robin Hood and Cinderella. Now, we have not seen a lot of Robin Hood shifts today, but that line is very powerful against Red Purple, given that it is just a big card.
You know, just look at all these cards that are in this discard pile over here. I mean, you got a Strength, you've got Let the Storm, and the Simba just get taken out. This has been a pretty interesting game so far. This is, I mean, for an early board state, there's been a lot going on.
Yeah, that is a lot of characters. I mean, we don't have a lot of ink from the other side, but it would not surprise me if this game is just gonna slip away from the red-purple here, given that they just can't put enough characters in play to fight everything that's going on at the same time. Now, Maui could be a good way to catch up from this, especially if they do end up shifting out of Robin Hood, because they've really committed their resources to the board as opposed to their Inkwell, so they will run out of potential additional resources. Oh, is that a whole new world in hand? Oh, goodness. Okay. So they have this huge board. They just shift Robin, play a whole new world. They're going to have a ton of new resources. Does make that Sisu pretty big, but it looks like we did rip the Strength to take out the Sisu as well. So it's looking pretty spooky here.
That's kind of how you draw it up when you're planning this, is that, okay, I'm in a whole new world, I'm going to rip this Strength and kill the one character on the board that could take out anything on mine. And
yeah, having all these shift targets, being able to run kind of light on ink and still just play out your whole hand while pushing lore. I mean, we're already at 9 with a very large board, and like, what's the best that they're going to be able to do? You know, Maui, of course, takes out the Robin. We do get to draw another card. I don't know if they actually drew the card off of Robin.
If I was Nate, I'd probably be getting pretty excited too, because beating Kindle is a great accomplishment to do, as he's pretty popular, especially being the community pro, but also on Team Labyrinth, and he's gone to DLCs and topped. I mean, he's a great player.
Oh man, Shift Cindy here too? That is rough. The only out that Kendall has here, and I know that it is a good out, is taking out the Smee and then playing a Tremaine. If he's got one. I believe that he's got some, or he has the Dragonfire that we saw earlier. Oh, it is a Tremaine. Oh, wow.
Dang.
Okay, so he did have the out because the Smee was tapped and had that extra damage on it. It looks like we're whole new worlding again, this time off of Naveen. Already at 14. This game should not be long for this world, I don't think. If Brett is able to put any more pressure onto the board this turn, I mean, it's sort of getting close to be prepared or bust.
See if we see one in Kendall's hand here. Oh, I was looking at Brett's banish pile.
Looks like we do have a couple of one-drop follow-ups. And now we know that this Simba could represent 2 lore, so it is not necessarily safe to have down. Discards a Robin and plays a Cindy. I mean, this could be lethal with good shifts. With Shift Cindy, with Shift Simba. This is an interesting board that, if nothing gets removed, could just be game over. I'm assuming that, given that we're questing, that this is Be Prepared. Yep.
Did have the Be Prepared. I mean, that was the only thing he could have had.
To not just be done there.
Yeah, to not
it
just
also looks like there is the Sisu in hand, so that can be pretty brutal here.
Makes sense to play Be Prepared right then when Naveen makes it out of reach for that Sisu. But I believe that's only a one of in his list. It could be more, but I think the one of for sure. Here's Ariel, maybe finding another whole new world.
Ariel ends up finding a Zeus. Certainly something here. That was definitely an interesting board for us to come in on. And I think this is already game 3, so we can find out the total outcome of it before we jump back to the other game. A Lawrence. Lawrence is very good in this matchup. Good enough for another Be Prepared. I mean, we can't, as the red-purple player, really allow them to just gain another 3. Putting them up to 17 would be pretty brutal. As well as Ariel being able to sing Whole New World. You know, you deploy 2 or 3 threats and then Whole New World immediately. Like, that can be really bad. Inkasisu and pass. Sort of just playing on the back foot here. It looks like we have a bunch of Zeus in hand. Not ideal.
Another aerial. There's a Simba, Shift Simba, so we know it's there.
Look at the bottom 4 cards. Put them back in any order. Playing a Rapunzel and just passing. Again,
Represents 2 lore.
yeah. It's definitely good in this spot. I mean, a Brawl takes it out. But that ends up being a good chunk of No I'm Not's turn, if that's the play, assuming that he's even got it. You know, several Be Prepared's already out of the game at this point. Okay, so it is the big Sisu, which we knew about.
And that makes a lot of sense too.
Yep. But the Zeuses can take that out pretty easily.
Eventually, Brett's gonna need more cards in hand because No I'm Not is being able to handle what Brett's throwing out there.
And we're getting a 2-for-1 with basically every one of these plays so far, which certainly makes it very challenging for Brett to keep up here. Because yes, we're playing 2 spells a turn, but when Kendall's only playing 1, we're just exhausting our amount of cards very quickly. That 3 Zeus in hand, it looks like it might just be all removal in hand. Which is not what you're looking for here.
Yeah, Brett for sure wants characters that can quest and quest well. No, I'm not, of course, happy to see just, I mean, anything they could tap down or Madame Medusa, just be able to take out anything that Brett's playing.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time here, but not a ton for Brett to actually close this game out. So it's getting to the point where Red Purple's got a little too many resources, and interesting just plays out an Elsa not leveraging the tap ability, which means that Kendall's hand probably isn't that great overall. Maybe they have a snake and they're just looking to bounce it back. Okay. So they're using that to actually just get the 3/3 down without it just banishing itself.
And 3/3 stat line can really challenge into basically every character that Brett has, besides the Shift Robin Hood, the Simba shifted, the Cinderella shifted, but besides that, I mean, most everything else in Brett's deck, that Snake can handle with a tap down from Elsa.
And now that we know that they have the Elsa, that makes the 3/3 a little bit better. Just another Zeus.
Goodness, I don't know. Well, it protects anything else you play following up, but
I don't think that they really have anything to follow up with. There was a turn earlier where they inked a Lilo. The Lilo that you can get back from the banish. I think that they maybe made a mistake.
Oh, that would have been a great play, yeah.
Right, that would have been something where they can keep putting a threat down. Now, Kendall's had answers to be able to challenge it, but that at least gives you something to play every single turn. That may have been a big mistake here, because all they're doing is having a removal, which really isn't enough on its own. Having removal plus the Zeus is one thing, but not having that Lilo might be costly here.
Now down to 1 card in hand, too.
And it's another Zeus, by the way. I think that's the full set. Elsa eats another Robin.
Whoa.
And the other, so...
Follow-up Bell. What a play. All these
got a Simba here. Discarding a Lilo, that's really good. There's our final Zeus, and then we send it back, and now we can start Liloing.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem for No I'm Not here.
You know, they do have a large challenger with the ability to sort of bully the Lilo, but it is something that they now have to deal with every turn effectively. But as long as they have bodies on the board, that is doable. And there's a goat. I don't know if the Lilo at this point is going to be enough. It's too many turns past the point of where the Lilo would have been super good. And since we only have the one, you know, if we had multiple Lilos, we may have been able to put a little bit more pressure than what we are now.
Honestly, Kindle, no, I'm not. He really piloted this, I'd say, pretty well, and then got good draws off of the Whole New World. He's been piloting this excellently.
Yeah, here's the Lilo again. Deal 2 damage, draw into another card.
Yeah, that's
and it's over.
Yep.
Alright. Yeah, the Lilo was a little too slow, and their hand was just removal. Whole New World not always beneficial for... not always beneficial on their own. Looks like we're going into game 3. We missed the entire game 2 a little bit more aggressive on green-purple when they were on the play, enough so that we went all the way to our next game. And we're already 2 turns in here, it looks like. Deciding what to discard with Simba, it looks like.
Well, congratulations on another win for Kindle, aka No I'm Not, in round 5. He is our community pro. We will be able to see all of his matches on our YouTube later on this week for your viewing pleasure. 5-0 right now, he's doing great.
Notably, Alex just got rid of 2 removal spells. In discarding the... and they dodged the Ursula. Yeah, they discarded the strength... Or sorry, they inked the strength and discarded the Raging Storm. And they just had no songs left. The Ursula just completely bricks. And now we just have a ton of bodies on board. And I think we're just going to keep pushing bodies with Lawrence here. I wouldn't be surprised if we just quest out. Maybe leave the Happy back. Just because the Ursula gets to trade into it. Or sorry, just to eat it for free. But yeah, the Lawrence is really very, very powerful here. Alright, so... Inks the Rose, Diablo, Chernabog, Merfolk. You know, those are a lot of 1-drops, but not a lot of power. I mean, we're adding 2 with the Chernabog followers, but not much else. So I would say, looking at this board, that likely Alex is in the driver's seat. It can swing pretty quickly, you know. The green-purple player could have Crab. Crab allows any of these cards to trade up pretty aggressively, but you know, a Shift Simba or something along those lines can be really powerful here. Lawrence takes out Ursula, likely just gonna Rapunzel. Oh yeah, okay, so we're gonna Rapunzel, draw a card. It develops the Rapunzel, which I think is fine, and it does give us another card while still taking something out. You know, we don't actually gain 2. Interestingly, in this spot, maybe would have used Simba instead to do the same thing. We could have used Simba or even the Cinderella to allow us to gain an additional lore out of that, because the Lawrence quest for 2 and the other one's only quest for 1. We'll see if that actually ends up being a problem. You know, if we're just at 6 lore instead of 7 lore. But with as powerful as their board is currently, it may not even matter at all. Here's a Genie. Genie being one of the better cards out of set 6. 2/4 draws a card. So we untap, still have all of our characters. I mean, this race is not super favored for Ghosty here. They did put a lot more lore pressure on board with the Genie, but the fact that we're untapping with 6, going up to 12, you know, we we have this Sven in play. Sven can untap, you know, really any of these and just be a huge problem. Untapping Lawrence, yeah. You know, it's going to be an awful lot in order to take out this Rapunzel being a 1/5. You know, that's Crab on Genie, which means that they're not really at risk. It looks like there's maybe a Cloud Kicker in hand, which is okay, but like your best bounce is Rapunzel, and then they can just draw some additional cards. This is looking pretty rough. Yeah, they do bounce the Rapunzel. They decided to commit to it, which I think they almost have to here. It's a little too much lore, and there's not much that they can do, but they do develop more lore pips on board. We've got another Merfolk, so we're looking at 5, 6, 7, 8. So they can potentially go up to 17, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Like if Alex just quests out here, that's already 18. Almost anything is lethal then. Is that... Okay. Certainly a Rapunzel in hand. Is it just all Rapunzels? Looks like it's an awful lot of Rapunzels, so we can probably discard one without a huge cost. It is just all Rapunzels all the time, so we're just going to play out our hand and then quest for the rest, I would say. Yep, go to 17, play 3, and say go. That was triple Rapunzel in hand. Certainly a good card, but not really what you're looking for in such huge quantities when you only have 5 ink. But it does quest for 2 just fine. So I think Ghosty's doing the math to sort of count it up, but we can draw 1 extra card by challenging basically any of those. We can draw 2 extra cards here, but I don't really know what we're looking for. May as well draw the cards, no reason not to. Tamago, just a lot of cards that are good when you're ahead, but when you're this far behind, again, this is kind of just like game 1, the board is way too wide and we just don't have the strength, we don't have the power on board to try and compete with it. It's just all Genies and Tamagos, that'll be it. So it looks like Alex will take that. Alex is now 5-0, Ghosty's still in a really great spot. The sort of aggressive Amber Steel has been very, very powerful all day. And not surprising that it can do well against the other decks that are sort of aggressive, but don't necessarily have the ability to take out the wide boards, because you can kind of overcommit, which you can't always do against some of the other decks. So I am going to swap over here, and you see it's just me right now. That is because Sir Ashtown is out doing some interviews. We're trying to catch people. This is a pretty fast round. We're going to sneak them in now while we can. I do appreciate everybody for tuning in. You know, we love all the support, and you know, we want to have a big shout out to Charlie's Collectibles. Charlie's Collectible Show, Stone Mountain, Georgia. If you've never been here, it is an awesome space. There's tons to do. It really does feel like a con in this space, and it's awesome that they're supporting Lorcana. This is not the first event that they've done. You know, they had an 8K guaranteed, and it went up when we had more players than what they had expected. You know, it's been going up in size every single time. So really, if you have the opportunity and you really want to participate in the competitive grind, but you can't always get out to the DLCs, or, you know, even right now there aren't a whole lot going on, you can always come out here. It's a great place to be, hang out with lots of cool people, and participate in the tournaments. So we will get ready here for the next round. We're going to go smash some interviews where we can, get some deck techs maybe, and I will see everybody for the next round, which will be round 6. Alright, so we are just getting back here. This will be round 6. I'm actually just going to jump right into our match 1 here. So this match will be DeCandio on Amber Steel versus Luna, who also appears to be on Amber Steel of some sort. And this will be pretty interesting. Both very good players. DeCandio is our returning, I believe, champion from the last event. Definitely a good friend to 20 Lore, for sure. We'll try and actually get maybe a deck tech, maybe an interview with him later. We'll see how he's doing. Generally, I find that his decks are always a little interesting. Generally very hard to pilot. But he always has a lot of success with them, as you can see here at the 5-0 on the number 1 table here. So, a good start, and on the play, which both things are very, very powerful here. Looks like a bit of a mirror match in this case. Both players starting with Daisy Duck. Being on the play, leading off on Daisy Duck, certainly I would say a little better than being on the draw with Daisy Duck, but still a lot of stats, being the 1/4. Looks like Luna was able to draw an extra card off the Daisy trigger. I would generally think that the Dwarven Mine is not at its best this early, and it is inkable, which is great. Obviously making sure that you're getting enough ink to play your cards, but having enough cards to play is certainly going to be better. It does not look like DeCandio's hand is spectacular this early, but the start of Daisy into Smee is pretty good, though the Daisy into Calhoun is certainly a little bit better, I would say. But the board parity, certainly still favors the person who's on the play.
Now, this matchup with DeCandio 7, like you were saying, Jeebus, great friend of 20 Lore Pro. In fact, he is on our team for the Illumineers Champion League. We're going to be doing a match Friday the 20th, 20 Lore Pro, and DeCandio is on that team. In fact, last night, while we were all at the 20 Lore Airbnb hanging out, DeCandio was playing against Tupaloop, who we saw earlier in the tournament on the feature match, and really inspired him last second to make a deck change. So we may see some things that are pretty reminiscent of that matchup.
Alright, decides to run out the Pete, which limits some of the Steel's action options, certainly. Which generally is helpful to protect the Smee here, actually. Deciding just to trade Calhoun into Smee, which makes sense, especially since you can't use any spells. No actions in this case. Usually Smee, once it has a damage on it, is very vulnerable to either Strength or Raging Storm in that spot, but without that, pretty okay here. Runs out of Lawrence. Lawrence might steal the action back here, actually. Given that it's a 4/4 body, it's very, very large in this case. It looks like DeCandio does have a few removal spells. Could use them to, shrink that Lawrence, or even double up on him, sing one and use the other one to actually take that Lawrence out entirely. Another Pete as well, so that's something of consideration. Pete and pass, okay. So this might be baiting the Lawrence to actually challenge, to quest here. Again, Lawrence being pretty safe with its 4/4 body. You don't always necessarily know that there's all these spells in DeCandio's hand. You can kind of assume, but you don't know. And if you can put a little bit of damage on it, say with, Raging Storm, something along those lines, let the Storm Rage on, draw a card, shrink the Lawrence, and then you can still get that damage in. And I think that that's exactly what's going to happen here. Both this Lawrence and this Pluto might be not long for this world without really a hugely negative trade from DeCandio. So you can actually sing one, use Daisy to take out the... You can actually take them both out. You can use one Pete to sing. You can use so you can do 2 damage to Pluto, right? Draw a card. You can strength the Lawrence for 3 damage, and then you can have Pete take out Pluto, and then you can have the Daisy actually take out the Lawrence. We don't gain any lore this turn, but we actually clear out the whole board.
Yeah, we see that Pluto's got the damage on it. Did sing the Let the Storm Rage on, just like you were talking about, Jeebus. Thinking about the sequencing on how he wants to do this.
Yeah, we gotta use the Pete to challenge here no matter what, so that's pretty predictable. And then it's just debating how we want to tackle this Lawrence, I think.
There's a strength.
Yep, kind of like how I thought, 3 damage there, 2 damage there. It makes the negative downside of, if they have damage, they don't have any strength, and that actually came into play here, making the Lawrence not quite as valuable, and it makes the Pluto not quite as valuable as well. So we'll see what the follow-up is after this. There may not be as much as they would like. So it's a Rapunzel, so they do get to draw a couple cards here. Which makes sense, of course. Kind of the classic, use Daisy just to get some damage on it by, tackling into a 3/3. Get 3 damage on it, draw some cards. Now, it does catch up in card quality and quantity, certainly. But it doesn't really add a lot to the board as far as being able to remove anything, because it is a 1/5.
Here's Decandio with his own Rapunzel, able to draw and also take that Pete back to a 3/3 with no damage. That's going to be a great character to challenge with. Now, double challenging here, Pete and Daisy.
Gaining 1, so determining that this is not necessarily a battle or a race to the finish line. Rather than trying to give your opponent extra cards with the Daisy and get in for 2, just using the 1/4 body is a little bit of a better character. And then, taking out what is objectively a much stronger card.
Yeah, Decandio is really pacing this game very well, utilizing his spells. His songs. Had a great time.
Alright, so Cinderella singing Let the Storm Rage On, drawing that extra card, taking out a Pete, a very powerful play, of course. Here's a Doc. So pretty different lists, I would say. One of them appears to be a little bit more traditional Steel Song, with daisies, and the other one is, I believe, what Decandio refers to as Diggy Diggy Hole, with a dwarven focus on the mines and the dock, but the other variant, the steel one, which is able to draw some cards. So a little bit more of a dwarf slash knight focus, allowing some different avenues of attack other than things like Whole New World. And we don't necessarily know that Luna has Whole New Worlds. We have not seen any yet, as far as I'm aware. But it is always an outside possibility. This could be just, shifting on Cindy's, playing bigger cards. So we barf out our hand. We go Piglet into Dock, choosing not to use the ability, playing a second Dock when we have no cards in hand, and then drawing 2 cards. So pretty good value line here, for sure. Dock is optional. You may discard your hand to draw 2 cards. So this allows us to develop an extra 1/3 and then still draw those 2 cards off the second one. Certainly a very heads-up play on playing with a card like Dock. Showing that this is a Dreamborn ally knight 7 dwarf. Another Let the Storm Rage On. That is sort of the pinnacle card in this type of matchup. Most of the characters are pretty small, and cards like Cindy can sing that for free, and it really... being able to draw the card off of that, keep card neutral, is, definitely what you want to be doing a lot of times. Now, Doc does give us a discount on characters lets us play this Daisy for free. Another Daisy. It's an awful lot of lore that we're applying, and a Smee,
Wow.
and a Doc to draw the 2 cards. Oh no. Looked like there was a big Cindy drawn off the top. That is problematic.
That was a big shift in board state.
That is a big turn. Now, I don't know if DeCandio has anything like grab your swords. Certainly not in hand. Without it, this is a rough board, because that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Was that 12? On board? That's a lot.
This is a lot of lore.
It's a lot of lore, and when these Docs are only 1/3s, this Daisy's only a 1/4, it's really not a lot of strength to be able to go the other direction.
Gonna quest first, seeing what comes off the top of
They
them.
drew a card, and that was enough. We were dead on board
Goodness.
without any strength here. That's unfortunate, especially given that that was our on-the-play game from DeCandio. Looks like they just ended up having a little bit more draw power, a little bit stronger run out of cards, and that was it.
Let's head on over to our match 2, which features our community pro, Kindle, aka No I'm Not.
Looks like another Amber Steel, probably one, given that there's Ursula, probably a Steel Song list, a little bit more traditional. That appears to be pretty far behind. Kendall's got 10 ink in play already, and is in the let's remove all your threats forever kind of position, and that is not a great place to be in if you're Markoth. With only 5 ink, it looks like they're scooping it up. Fair enough.
Yeah, based on that board state, it looked like No I'm Not had a dominant.
Especially at 11, they've got what? 5 in play. Any of the cards that they play in that spot, they're going to go up to like 17, and they're just done. They're cooked. You can't really with that much ink in play, you could never let Red Purple be at 17 ever since Goat has been printed.
Exactly.
And if you're whole new worlding, they're going to find a Goat and a bounce. If there's just so many things that are bad for you at that point in the game, you're just cooked if they get that close, and that was what happened right there. And he's just moving on. That'll happen sometimes in the Steel Song decks where they may just not have enough resources to, play out their whole hand, do a whole new world, do it again. If they just don't have that run out, or if it's bullied enough that you don't get all of that, sometimes you're just playing really mopey guys, and it's just not enough.
Well, that's game 1 for both matches, 1 and 2. No I'm Not taking his game 1, and we'll jump back over to match 1, that way we can watch it for the rest of this round. Again, No I'm Not is our 20 lore community pro. All of his matches are being recorded separately. We won't be able to watch them all on stream, but we will have them available to you later on this week with commentary for you to view. As we have a quick second here, just want to talk about and give a shout out to some of our partners here in the community. We want to thank Charlie's Collectible Show for hosting today's 10K Lorcana tournament. It initially was an 8K, however, there's more than 215 players at today's tournament. They have increased the prize support to a 10K tournament. Really excited to be here at Charlie's Collectible Show in Stone Mountain, Georgia. If you're ever in this area, they do weekly anime TCG cosplay conventions. Head on over to charliescollectibleshow.com to find out more.
So, DeCandio kicks it off with a Cindy, which is generally a very good start in these mirrors. Luna follows it up with probably one of the only one-drop clean answers, or follow-ups, I guess, to Cindy that doesn't just, get taken out immediately by a song, which is Daisy. Daisy being a 1/4, the body is just enormous, and it is safe with that much willpower from pretty much any of the spells, at least on turn 2. So DeCandio then plays a Calhoun, which also in these matchups has been very strong, and we've seen that kind of all day. We've seen a lot of Genies, we've seen a lot of Calhouns, a couple of Plutos, not a lot of other cards. Some Sharks, I guess, some Sail the Azurite Seas. double Cindy. All right, double Cindy and pass. So not wanting to have the potential for A, DeCandio to draw a card, but B, Calhoun plus the Cindy just to eat the daisy here, and then still gain that 2 lore. So this looks like already it's going to be a much slower game than the last one. So these Dwarven Mines may end up coming into play a little bit more than we had seen in the last few rounds. Or sorry, in the last game. And I think that'll be the difference in this game. If those Dwarven Mines are good, and if they are good in this matchup, this will be where we'll be able to see that, I think.
No, I think that's exactly right. That if DeCandio is able to get out those knights, use the Dwarven Mine to move them onto there, shoot down some of these characters on Luna's side of the board, it could really help out his positioning. Right now, it doesn't have any knights, so they're only going to be doing 1 if he decides to play it. He does ink it instead.
Well, with the second one, so the redundant copy, right? They can only be activated 1 a turn, and it does cost 2 because you have to move the character in there. Having the second one isn't necessarily that useful because it's just expensive, right? So making sure that we get that ink, it looks like there was a Rapunzel in hand. Like, playing the Pete here stops these Cinderellas from actually being that valuable. And you see they just inked a strength, which would have been very good on this board. You know, strength taking out Calhoun would have been a problem, and it just isn't. Pete blocking actions is just like, really shuts that down.
That's probably, in fact, best case scenario with having 2 Cinderellas that are great singers on the board here.
So Pete opting to Strength of the Raging Fire itself. Take 2 damage, draw a card. Rapunzel, draw 2 cards, and then actually ink the mine. DeCandio, being a very experienced player in these matchups, has tested these a lot. Maybe has recognized that mine isn't that good here. Maybe it's because its size is a little bit small, dies to Zeus very easily, you know, Zeus plus anything takes it out. Maybe you just don't have the time to be tinkering around with the mine just because it's a little too slow, a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, along came Zeus, you're right, in steel, very scary card. Just the fact that they can target your location, and mine only being at 6. Zeus going to do 5 straight to it. Any of your other characters, any of them, is going to be able to clean it up.
And now you look, this board is massive. You know, we've got the Cindy and the Calhoun and the Pete, alongside a Rapunzel, 4 cards in hand. Being on the play, having that many cards still is really big. You know, now you look at Luna's hand, you know, a double or triple spell here puts them almost out of resources. To do what? Maybe catch up to board parity? This is a good run out. You know, because Calhoun is pretty protected from a lot of the actions out of these decks because it has that resist 1. Resist 1 being historically very strong against these decks who really only have a few targeted removal spells that just do direct damage. Alright, decides to deal 2 damage to the opposing Cindy and draw a card. Big shocker there, not a surprise. Again, that's the main component of these. That card allowing you to keep cards in hand while still removing stuff. They end up inking a second strength here, so a lot less removal to play Doc. So clearly they must have some large card in hand because they're focusing on that Doc. So they decided to sacrifice this Cindy. You know, Calhoun comes in, bullies it, gains that 2 lore, and now DeCandio's got 4, maybe even 5 ink to play with. That could be almost his whole hand.
Oh my goodness, speaking of whole hand, there's 3 of them right there.
Decides not to ink, which makes sense if he's just got more bodies like this, and just goes super wide. You know, we don't know if Luna's got potentially some bigger cards in hand like swords, but really Daisy Duck doesn't care about swords. Rapunzel doesn't really care that much about swords. Even Calhoun doesn't really care. So there's only so many, like, bigger things that can be done with this much ink. You know, it looked like maybe there was a big Cinderella in hand. They were hoping for a shift line, but if you got a Calhoun out and there's the free target to eat, you're eating. That's just how it's going to be. So I'm thinking this is going to push it to a game 3 with Luna on the play, which, you know, will be an interesting game. Maybe mine will be better on the draw, where you can use it to catch up a little bit more.
I was just thinking back to this turn earlier in the game where DeCandio played Pete. I mean, he had 2 Strength of a Raging Fires in hand at that time with 2 Cinderellas on board. Could have double sang. It could have been a different game altogether right here.
Yeah, I do think that the heads-up play of using Pete, when your opponent plays something like Cinderella, we're just scooping it up.
Yeah,
makes sense. The game was pretty well over, so that makes sense. They're just moving on to the next one. But when you have cards like Cinderella, right, that are able to sing for 3 and really play those removal spells cheap, in this matchup specifically, you know that they're going to have them. If they're playing Cinderellas, that's what their goal is they want to be able to double, triple spell, cast multiple things, multiple songs to get that ink advantage. You know, using this as a 3 extra ink every turn is huge. You could just play Pete, you get to develop a 3/3, and it sets their entire turn to be irrelevant. All they put was some 1/2s on board, and then you put a 3/3 on board, and then you can deal with it when you have more resources. Now you have this Pete to sing as well, and then you can bully them the turn after. Or maybe you just don't even care, you just have a bigger board. And that's basically what happened, is we just don't care. We're just going to play a much wider board. Now you can take your turn to tap all your things. We just have enough stuff to bully it back. You want to jump over to Kendall? We'll see where they're at.
Heading over here to match 2, Kindle. They're in game 2, 7-0. Looking at this board, we see that there's a Shift Robin Hood, Lawrence, Daisy. A lot of questing power on Mark's side of the board.
Yeah, not looking like a great spot for red-purple here. Obviously, the being on the play as Steel Song in this matchup is insanely important. You know, it is for a lot of these. Dragonfire going to the bottom, Daisy doesn't draw us a card here. But being on the play means that Be Prepared is less of a problem. You can go as wide as you want right up until about turn 6, and then you just use all those things to gain as much lore as you absolutely can, and you force them to have that Be Prepared on turn 7 exactly. And then ideally you want to follow it up immediately with a handful of things. Like, you want to force them to have to Be Prep more than one time in a row. You know, we see a Tremaine coming down, but there's still 6 lore on the board. I don't think that's going to do it. We go up to 17, and that's just not enough. And he plays Pete, so there's no Be Prepared that's going to be able to come down. I think this game is just already over.
Yeah, I could see Lady Tremaine just trying to prevent the inevitable from happening here. Pete, great positioning right here. Gonna let Markov.
Like Scar or something would have a way of maybe coming back from this, but we know that there hasn't been as much of a propensity to be running Scar lately. You know, opting for Be Prepareds and big Sisus instead. And yeah, you know, be on the play, run out a good curve, and then there's your answer. Daisy is very, very, very aggressive, and if you miss a couple times, don't get the extra card draw, and then they curve out into, you know, Shifting Robin. That's just a big body. And it looked like instead of running out a Maui, they ran out an Elsa. From Kendall's side, that isn't enough power to compete with, you know, the 3/6 body is just way bigger. All right, let's check our final game here of the mirror, or mirror-ish. Looks like we're gonna catch them right as they're getting started here.
Yeah, this has been great to see DeCandio really pilot this matchup here, which, like you were saying, isn't necessarily a mirror because they're playing at the core of it different cards, different lists that kind of change up the entire style of what they're trying to do.
So this is going to be pretty miserable for DeCandio, I think. Yeah, he decides not to play the Cindy, which I think is a good heads-up play in this spot. When in these mirrors, it's always been that if your opponent plays out a Cinderella, you have to assume that they have deal 2 damage, or deal 1 damage at least, with a strength, which if they play any character means it deals 2 damage. If your opponent then just shoots your thing, it's brutal, just like this was. Playing a Calhoun is a little bit safer, but then, you know, with the strength run out, we're in a bad spot here. I'm not sure how it is that we recover from that curve, from the 1, 2, 3 on the draw. It is really difficult. You know, our opponent doesn't have a lot of cards left in hand. You know, they've used a lot of their resources so far. But we have 2 ink in play and no bodies. And we can play a 3-3. You know, which is okay. It lets us maybe, you know, tackle one of these problems, but it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah, Luna here in a great spot on the board state here, correcting the damage there on Smee.
All right, so
this is just a position where Dekandio's got, I mean, early drop characters, but
it's a lot of cards in hand. Like, you almost have to take this Smee off the board, because if our opponent just untaps, inks, and plays Rapunzel, like, that's a disaster. But we may not really have a lot of answers for it. Like, we can take out the Lawrence. Smee lives, though. This might be a spot where the Dwarven Mine is more usable here. So if we play the Mine, we can move the Pete into it, deal 1 damage to Lawrence, and then just challenge Lawrence. Yeah.
That's exactly what he's doing.
So this is where I think on the draw, the Mine might just be better, because you're playing on the back foot.
Especially in this board state, because now Dekandio has to try to catch up, and utilizing Mine every time to try to do that additional damage, even hopefully 2. I think we saw some Knights in Dekandio's hand. Whether or not they're Docks or Happies, those could really help right here.
Yeah. It looks like we're gonna probably, I mean, if they don't Quetz with the Smee, if they just try to keep it alive, like, we could take it out next turn. And if they do try to keep it alive, or if they don't and they just collect their 2 lore, which is most likely, then we just get to take out the Cindy, right?
There is a Knight right there.
Why did they... Okay, so they didn't quest with Smee. I guess maybe the play is that they want to keep their Cinderella alive? It's possible that they have the big Cindy. If I'm Dekandio, I may not take out that Smee. I might move something in there and then just take out the... Oh, no, we have to do it that way. Well, if they play the big Cindy, we're cooked, but maybe we don't have the luxury of playing around that. If they shift, it's really bad, but maybe we don't have the luxury of waiting. We just have to remove more lore out of the field.
Looks like exactly that. There's that shift Cindy.
Because we did have the option of moving Happy in there instead, and then taking out that Cindy before that was a problem, but does not look like that was the choice made, opting to, you know, keep them from being at even more lore than they already would be, and it backfired. And that's a choice. Sometimes you have to take that gamble. You know, they skipped an ink on turn 3, so you can't always assume that that's where they're at.
Yeah, just this resist too in this matchup. There's not a whole lot you can really do.
Play Doc, draw 2 cards, looking for an answer. Unfortunately, the Mine is not particularly valuable here. Given that the big Cindy has a resist too, it's pretty rough. Okay, so we trade everything into that, and then we decide to pass. So we do have Calhoun plus Smee, but that's not enough damage to take out this Cinderella.
You're gonna need a strength.
Now, with the Pete, that's not really an option anymore. So I wonder if Dekandio has something to do in this spot. Looks like not. Yeah, that'll do it.
I think a strength there would have been great, but again, a Pete just stops that from being able to be played.
Yeah, it really feels like if... And, you know, it's not a guaranteed spot there, but had Dekandio shot the Cindy instead of the Smee, you know, there's still more lore to be gained. They would have still went up to 13 or something if they decided to cash in the Smee, but then that shift Cindy wouldn't have been able to come down. Maybe we would have had a better shot. I mean, who knows? Maybe just they quest out until they get to 7 and then they just cast it, and that's bad too. But Big Cindy in this matchup with the resist 2 is pretty rough, for sure.
Yeah, that was a great card to see, and honestly, the promo that he had was very great too. Ones to give out at the DLC. This is our second feature match here with our 20 Lore Community Pro. No, I'm not. He's here in Game 3 of Round 6. They're 1-1.
So far, kind of catching up on the discard. It looks like it was maybe an early Daisy, followed up with a Brawl to take out, like a Robin Hood, sort of just dealing with some of the stuff. And then now we're getting into a whole new world after a Rabbit. So the Rabbit was kind of an awkward turn 4 with the whole new world. Pete into whole new world, pretty rough, but we'll see if there's a spicy enough follow-up from that to be able to catch up here. Looks like we're going into turn 5.
Okay, so no, I'm not here on 4 in his Inkwell. Markoth, a whole new world with all these characters on the board. This is a tough board state for No, I'm not. He's going to be on 5 here this turn. Maybe a Maui, looking into trying to get up into Be Prepared range, really, but trying to handle... I mean, he's only at 4 right now, Markoth, on his lore count, so not quite in the danger zone yet, but it can happen quick.
Yeah, it hasn't been an incredibly aggressive start. It's entirely possible that this Daisy didn't come down on turn 1. That would make sense given our lore counts. Since it's only quested twice, it probably came out on turn 2. Maybe it was a double spell. It does look like Robin Hood was taken out with a Brawl, possibly respecting the idea that there could have been a shift. You know, if we're assuming a shift, maybe the play is to try and take out the Robin with like an Elsa if we drew one. But then that leaves that Ariel, which has been sort of problematic. You know, that's what allowed that whole new world to come down.
Yeah, it's tough because in the Amber Steel matchup, when you know they're singing, taking out those 5 cost singers, I mean those 5 singers, really, those are the things that I like to do early on. And we see, no, I'm not doing it here. Calls up this Elsa.
Opts to go for Fox.
Fox, yes.
And then replaying the Broom. Leaving the Rabbit in play as a better challenger. So essentially just paying 4 for the Fox. And then replaying the Broom, which I think is okay here. We don't really need to draw extra cards off the Rabbit. We just drew 8 cards. You know, 7 from the whole new world and 1 for our turn. So we don't necessarily need more cards at this point, and we just need to pull some things off the field. And this allows us to actually take that Ariel out, so that now in order for them to, you know, do a 5 stinger, they actually have to shift. And if they don't have it, then that's better for us. So a Lawrence very good in these matchups. The 4 power is enough. The 4 strength is enough to challenge the Sisus. But also, it just doesn't take damage, like errant damage, as much against red-purple as it does in some of the steel matchups.
Using that P to sing strength, trying to clear up some of No, I'm Not's board.
Takes out the Rabbit. Again, not really caring about the extra cards that are going into Kendall's hand. Red-purple just generally always has cards once you hold New World. You know, it's the difference between 7, 8, 9 cards. It's kind of irrelevant. But keeping them off the board, now we have this Lawrence, this 4/4 with a pretty safe position, and the Daisy plus the Pete are able to both play board control and also get some lore pressure. So we're getting into the stage of the game where there's the possibility of Whole New World coming down. Which is where it is difficult to try and go too wide. They have collected a bit of lore ahead of time, but not necessarily enough to feel super safe, just like forcing that Be Prepared and then deploying a couple of threats. But they do have a Whole New World in hand. If they can set up a position where they're able to Whole New World either before or after the Be Prepared, that could be pretty good. So they're locking it out for the following turn. They can play Aerial here, and then they can actually Whole New World Sing in a pretty safe way. It is very hard outside of Big Sisu, which we know that Kendall has at least one. It is very hard to get this Aerial off the table this turn.
Yeah,
And now that
setup right here.
now that the other Sisu has been taken out by Strength, there's no shift line, so this is just a very safe Whole New World, which Kendall's got to know is coming.
Yeah,
And
this
there's
is
not
a
much that he
great
can do about it.
Markoth has done great right here with his line of play to really put himself in a wonderful position.
Medusa taking out the Aerial is probably your best bet. Absolutely, he has it. So I think that's your best play here. Reason being is that now the Whole New World isn't free. Like, you have to assume Whole New World. That's kind of the only way that you make this line. Especially with how many cards are committed, you know, there's so few cards in hand. So I would assume, you know, maybe trying to set it up again, but if there's a Be Prepared in No I'm Not's hand, I mean, we're to slam in that next turn, almost certainly.
Yeah, Kendall right here, like you were saying, did a great job of keeping Markoth off of being able to play Whole New World cleanly last turn, taking out that Singer 5 in Aerial. Now now Markoth really having to figure out what to do next in order to get that to where his board state is in a good position. We have two Pete's already on board. Anything else committed to the board may get taken out by a B prep. Again, we've seen No I'm Not, though, in previous rounds play out to where he uses other cards, other resources to challenge what's on the board when it's available to, instead of committing what's in hand that can wipe the board out later.
Yeah, when you have so few board wipes in your list, you have to be as conservative with them as you can. I mean, in this spot, it is, you know, it is sort of a 3-for-1, but is that 3-for-1 strong enough? It's hard to know. Using the Maui's Fishhook here, we actually take out the Lawrence and play a Sisu. Our hand is pretty empty now. I think it's just an Elsa and one other card. Maybe we just don't have the B-Prep at all. Now, we actually don't even feel that bad, especially with the Fishhook in play. You know, a Maui off the top is actually pretty good. You know, we have a lot more room to follow this up. Yeah, it looks like just deploying threats. One card left in hand. Probably that Whole New World.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even think you play it.
You almost
want No I'm Not to have any more cards in his hand. If that's all it has.
I suppose if you're assuming no Be Prepared, just push the lore, go to 14, force them to have it. You know, if they demonstrated that they didn't have it off the top last time, when they had the opportunity to play it, maybe you're just hoping that they don't have it, period.
That, or is a great bait into that play.
Because now, this Aerial is at a risk of just getting taken out, but maybe that's okay. You know, if we're in the spot where we don't care that much if Aerial is gone because we just have other lore that we're pushing, you know, we're at 14, we put 4 untapped. You know, let's imagine that they clear the Aerial and a Pete. That's still going to 19. That's rough. You know, this isn't a clean spot to be in at all. You know, we can use the Brawl to take out the Rapunzel. We can use the Elsa to take out the Smee, because it should have 1 damage on it. Oh no, it was untapped. But we tapped it with the Elsa, so we just challenged it with both. Because this leaves the least amount of lore possible on the field. But unfortunately, it does leave that Aerial. Again, in this spot, I don't think we had the luxury of playing around it. So we're going to have to hope that there's a Be Prepared on the top, because it's looking like Sing Whole New World.
And here's a Daisy representing 2 more lore.
I mean, there's even a world where you just quest with Aerial and just cast Whole New World for 5. But I don't know if that feels great, but you have to assume that they're going to rip into some answers if you give them the whole hand. So unless you find a Pete, which then Big Sisu's still problem.
Yeah, the odds with Ariel, you already have 2 Petes in play, so drawing 2, even 1 out of your deck out of the top 7.
It's a lot less likely. Quest for 2 go to 16. That makes sense. And pass. Yeah, I don't know if I hate that, but I don't really love it either. This is trying again to play around the idea that they just don't have it. Because this is representing lethal, and you can use the Sisu or the Elsa to battle the Pete. But with only 1 card in hand, the Sisu is only 2 strength, just like the Elsa is. So the Maui's Fishhook is necessary to actually be able to challenge them and kill one. So this is actually a pretty tough spot. I think that's actually a good attack. Looking at it a little bit more, with both the Sisu and the Elsa being 2 strength, it is really tough for Noam not to actually leverage them very well on this board.
Yeah, this is tough. Just the damage that they have on them, there's no way to recur them, even if he had the bounce or any way to do it, double play them. Yeah, if he had the B prep, he would have played it here. Trying to figure out his outs.
He drew a Genie this turn, which is just not an answer. If there's a crab in the list, it can be an answer to one of them, but it's the same as just having the Fishhook. The real answer in this case is Maui, but I think we'd have to ink, play Genie, rip Maui, play Maui, use the Fishhook for free to increase the ability to challenge on one of the other ones.
He did have some recursion there. Couldn't use the Elsa to challenge due to it being damaged.
So we quested bounce the Elsa, tapped that, and double challenged the Daisy to take it out. Yikes.
Yeah. Again, preventing the most lore from being put on the board as he can.
I mean, I think that's the only play that we had there. Looks like we drew a card that is not very useful for Markoth here. It is inkable, of course, and then it's just going to be Quest for 2 again.
Yeah, and that one card, I'm guessing, Whole New World, right?
It is still Whole New World, yeah.
So even if he does be prepared off the top somehow,
and pass,
Markoth could always use the Whole New World to refill his hand and just put out the rest of what he needs.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of the same position that we were in last turn. This time we can commit everything into taking out this Pete and this other Pete with our Snake. You know, Snake can trade in. The Elsa can actually live if we tap the hook to take out the Pete, and they still have Ariel. I mean, Noam Not can still claw out of this. With a removal spell on Ariel here, whether it's, you know, Medusa or Tremaine could work. Probably would be one of the best ones. You know, that plus the Fishhook, we can put some bodies on the board, take out everything that Markoth is doing, and then this Whole New World is all that they've got left. Whole New World, when you pay 5 for it, is really not that strong. Because you're giving your opponent all of the initiative on playing those cards first. Now, 18 is a tough spot to be.
That's what I was going to say. I think I'm okay with it when I'm at 18.
18 puts you in the you have to deal with all of their threats every single turn for the rest of forever. Which is generally not a great place to be. Kendall opting to draw 2 cards with friends over dealing with what's on the board. Which is okay, depending upon what the other resources actually are.
Yeah,
another Elsa,
I don't
maybe?
know how many Be Prepared Kindle's playing.
It's another Elsa. A lot of these lists are on like 3 if they're running one of something else. Like it's 4 board wipe effects. So they end up keeping all the cards, using the snake to take out the 2/3, and using the Elsa plus the fishhook to take out the Pete. Now, at this point, Markov can go up to 19, and then that's really bad. Ariel. Sonic Warrior, right?
I believe so. Card you don't see too often, but 3A quest for 2.
It's very good in the mirrors. It's very good against most of the green-purple piles. Its body is just big enough to live from most of the things, and the extra 3 damage can be very strong. I don't think there's any real answers to that if we're just drawing a card here. Yeah, we did draw Mauis. We have a lot of Mauis,
wow.
but they're not enough to deal with the untapped. So being conservative on that Whole New World certainly was the right line. Had to draw or dodge 2 or 3 draw steps off the top, but that's certainly a lot less than 8 or 9 to look for those Whole New Worlds, and it just wasn't enough from Kendall here. So that will put Markov into the undefeated, and no, I'm not. Takes his first loss for the day.
Really exciting here today at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 8K. Really excited to be here. I'm Sir Ashtown, one of your announcers today. Join with me, Jeebus from Ink Thieves. Appreciate you coming and being us with here today, Jeebus.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far.
It's been really fun, and Charlie's Collectible Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia, they have done a great job of hosting today's tournament. This was round 6 of 8. We're going to have a top 8 tomorrow morning. We'll have that time for you later on. I believe it's going to be around 10 o'clock, depending on the players' meeting. But we'll make sure to tweet that out when we go live. If you miss any of the action, all of today's rounds from the tournament will be on the Twitch VOD, posted right after the tournament, also on YouTube. And then we'll also, for your convenience, have an edited version on our YouTube later on this week. If you have friends who are in different communities across the world, from China, Germany, France, anywhere like that, we have different casters in different languages available for you. They're all in the description below. Check them out. Really excited to have some expanding audiences receive Lorcana. Always love to see the audience grow during this time. We want to thank some of our partners who have come alongside us, 20 Lore Pro, to host today's tournament. One of them being GFQ Underground. They printed those wonderful mats that y'all saw on the tournament screen. Really great printing for those mats. Thank you, GFQ Underground. If you at home need a custom mat printed, head on over to gfqunderground.com. We also want to thank Diamond Ink Apparel. Diamond Ink, with their artist Miguel, did all of the artwork that you saw on those playmats. If you need custom artwork for your t-shirts, playmats, anything of that nature, head on over to diamondinkaapparel.com. Again, thank y'all for tuning in live here on Twitch. Again, all of today's rounds will be on Twitch, on YouTube, available for you to watch at your convenience. And we just want to thank y'all so much. We're going to take a quick break before we head into round 7, and we'll see y'all here in just a little bit. Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm one of your announcers today, Sir Ashtown. Join with me is Jeebus from Ink Thieves. We're entering into round 7. So today, this is going to be the last round of today's tournament. Round 8 of the Swiss will be played tomorrow morning along with the top 8. So we're going to be excited to be here to watch the last round of Swiss for today, and then come back right in the morning bright and early to play the 8th round and then into top 8. We have a couple of known players within the community who are going to be here for round 7. We have Decandio, Talman Purple, and No I'm Not. So really excited to see how those play out. How's the tournament been going so far for you, Jeebus?
Good. We've been seeing a lot of Amber Steel, which did not show itself quite as much in the European DLC, but it is a very strong deck and definitely can attack the metagame that, maybe established itself a little bit from that. So why don't we jump right into table 1 here, and we'll see what we're cooking with.
Well, I'm excited to watch these matches, especially because I want to see what Talman Purple's on. He is kind of infamous, or maybe famous, for playing a locations build. They kind of just took away the imagination, honestly. It was such a unique build at the time. But here we are with round 7, feature match 1. We've seen both these players before, different opponents.
Alright, and not surprising that the ones that we had been seeing kind of all day are still up here. It looks like Ghosty on green-purple was maybe on the play. And it's been a little bit of a back and forth. Calhoun into Lawrence, sort of able to kind of stymie the aggression a little bit. And a Genie from Ghosty, a pretty typical start, I would think, from this type of a matchup. It is sort of aggro versus aggro, but there are a little bit more control cards from Decandio's side that can just directly take out the cards, while the evasive characters such as Genie end up being a lot stronger in this matchup, given that the steel removal does not always line up super well, being that 2 damage isn't quite enough from strength of a Raging Fire, so Storm has to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting. Alright, so we Rapunzel, Calhoun getting healed up here, drawing 1 card. Quest with Lawrence takes us up to a little bit above parity, 6-5, and it goes back. So this Genie might just be in play for a while, but if there's enough ground pressure, it may not even matter. Another Genie,
Oh my goodness.
perhaps opting to race, given what their hand has lined up to be, especially if they're inking Crab here. My assumption is they're looking to race, but they're a little bit behind in that race right now.
Yeah, these are not great targets, though, for Calhoun to try to challenge into to gain that extra lore. Can't be banished to that because it has resist 1.
Alright, just sends it right back, so looks like there's a Lilo in the discard here. We're opting to put that back into play, possibly just to develop a lot more board pressure, realizing that looks like this is just going to be a race. Oh wow, okay, so that explains a lot. Decandio just had a hand of 4 cards, which appeared to be pretty much all 1-drops, and decides to ink the last inkable in hand, dump out 3 1-drops, and that's it.
Wow. That is an aggro race. If I ever saw one on Decandio's side of the board, that is impressive.
I don't know if 2 Genies is going to be able to beat this, as we've talked a few times today, because we've seen purple and green a couple times, and we've seen some of these aggro matchups. We know that Amethyst Emerald doesn't have a great way of dealing with wide boards, and that's what we're looking at here. This is a very wide board. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lore being represented from Decandio on 7 different bodies. It's going to be rough with just 2 characters.
Yeah, what a turn. He was able to play Lilo from the discard pile and then those 3 other characters. I mean, that's There's a lot of stuff going on.
And there's a lot of pressure. It looks like we're digging to try and find something, but there just is not enough in these colors to deal with that many characters at a time. Decandia realizing, hey, if you want to race, let's go.
Let's head on over to our match 2, which features Talman Purple and Kindle, aka No I'm Not, who is our 20 Lore Community Champion, or 20 Lore Community Pro. He is the pro that we will see all of his matches later on in the tournament. We will have them all recorded and posted to YouTube later on this week for you to watch at your convenience.
All right, these two players are 5-1 as well, just like on our first table. And, you know, it looks like Talman Purple is on something similar to what Decandio's on. Looks like an Amber Steel sort of aggro deck. There were a few different cards. Looks like there was an Ursula, and I thought I saw Gantu being inked as well. But really, it's just play some characters and turn them sideways.
Yeah, I was talking to Talman Purple before today's tournament. Had a chance to look at his list, and it looks pretty good. He was debating about a couple of cards. I hope that we kind of get to see some of them. He wasn't sure if he was going to put them in, but this should be an exciting match between Kindle and Talman. Talman here with, it looks like a Sisu and Snake. Those are really great characters to challenge into. It looks like Talman only has 2 cards in hand, meaning that Sisu gets a buff of 2. A lot of questing power, though, on Talman's side of the board, but No I'm Not can challenge pretty well right now.
I don't necessarily think that the Ursula is for this match, but I can imagine that playing out 2 drops is where you want her to be this turn. So definitely pretty powerful in this spot. An Elsa tapping that Smee. So I'm assuming that we're going to be taking out what we can here. Could even be taking out this Lawrence, putting 4 damage on the Elsa, and then having the Sisu clean it up. Would basically take out everything on the board.
Yeah, this is interesting because the Calhoun can always come back if this Sisu... Yes, just the way that it is, that Calhoun can come back, take out, trade with the Sisu, or, depending on how Talman inks, could even survive and be able to challenge.
Yeah, so does end up opting to essentially just challenge the board. Puts the damage on the Sisu instead of trading away the Snake, which makes sense. Keeps all the bodies on board. This Calhoun is going to be able to rumble back in and possibly even live. Well, I guess with the amount of cards in hand, we'll determine whether or not this Sisu is big enough. You know, if we can get rid of 2 of them... Okay, deciding to go with the Ursula. I think that's fine as well.
Yeah, a Rapunzel.
Going with the Ursula for the most amount of healing makes the most sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So that draws 3 cards as opposed to the Calhoun gaining the lore, recognizing that lore probably isn't as important here. We can still collect 2, trade the Calhoun into the Snake, and gain the 2 there, but drawing 3 cards, certainly very powerful here.
No, Rapunzel line, great. And you still got rid of the character. I mean, that's excellent.
That's why you run the Ursula, is that big body. Having 4 willpower is really, really important for leveraging these Rapunzels better. Does end up collecting the 2 lore with the Calhoun, getting rid of the Snake. Not much that can be done about this Elsa from Talman Purple's side, at least with the amount of resources that we're working with here, but does opt to play out a Cinderella as well and then just send it back. So 1 card left in hand, or actually probably a couple of cards, maybe 2.
I'm trying to think. I know Talman is notorious for playing with his Inkwell above his board state, but isn't that reminiscent of some old school Magic players?
Yes. It is no longer something that you can do in Magic anymore. That is not currently a rule in Arcana, so Talman Purple has decided that it's okay to do that anyway, which is okay.
Yeah, if you're used to it in Magic and it's carried over, it's not a rule, it's standardized. I mean, no reason not to change if you don't have to.
Do we want to check back in on the match 1, see if we can't close that out? We'll periodically pop in on TMP and Kendall here. Okay, so it looks like they just got started. We're only a couple of turns in. So far, it appears that it's pretty much just been bounce the 1-drop, play a Smee, trade the Smee in, and then now we're just singing draw 2 cards with our friends on the other side. Looks like it was a Cinderella that maybe got bounced.
Yeah, again, Lawrence, no damage on it. Great quest, sir. Can't be bounced by Cloud Kicker due to being a 4/4 without the damage.
Yeah.
And great to quest for 2.
Yeah, Lawrence has been pretty impressive all weekend. There were a few situations that we saw where some removal spells that were damage-based were kind of combined with some big bodies, but the Lawrence is very good. And now we're seeing the White Rose, which I think is one of the, alongside Genie and this Diablo, those are the only real new cards sort of coming out of set 6 here for this deck. But they are all very powerful in their own right. The deck historically was always playing, on and off things like Kuzco, which is just a very similar card to Diablo, in that when it's banished, you draw a card. Well, it costs 2, so it was a little awkward on the curve. Now we're playing, this Diablo out of set 6, which literally has the same text. When this character is banished, you may draw a card, but it's a 0/1. You just play it for 1. It does a similar effect, which is that you put something on the board and you use that to quest until it goes away, and then you replace it in your hand. Lets you keep those resources while you're still adding pressure to the board, even if they're on layaway.
And it's great for this Diablo. I've talked to JDRR, great community member of the 20 Pro community, who has said that really Diablo is almost reminiscent of Spellbook, because you're just going to quest with it every turn. If it gets banished, it's banished. You're glad because you're going to draw that card anyways. So great card, great new addition, with it being a lower in cost, like you said. Big plays here from Beta Candio.
Runs out a Happy, a Cinderella, and a Doc, choosing not to do the discard.
2 knights on the board. Maybe that could be a sign that we might have a mine here soon. There is one in hand.
Looks like there's a mine and possibly another Doc.
Running out a dock and a mine. I'm sorry, a mine then a dock. Maybe next turn, depending on what he draws. Not too bad.
This could be a situation to really leverage that mine. Right now it's in an awkward spot because of the White Rose, but if that quests and you can actually take it out, that could be what we're looking at here. It sort of depends on what Ghosty is able to do this turn, because you can actually force a really awkward combat if you develop the mine. If they don't have something like Crab, to buff up the White Rose with Challenger 3, and tackle into the Seven Dwarves mine to take it out, they may have to commit more than one thing into it. I mean, they only have 5 on the board right now. They just got rid of a Fox. I'm assuming that they're taking out the Cindy here? Oh, they're taking out Happy. Okay. Recognizing that maybe a dwarf is a little bit more powerful here, they decide to trade 2 cards in to get rid of the Lawrence and then quest with the Diablo. So we can't quite take out Elsa with the mine on its own. Let's see what we drew. Oh, that's a strength of the Raging Fire.
That's a great card to be sung by a well-known Cinderella.
Sorry, not a strength of the Raging Fire.
Let the
Storm Rage on. That's a Let the Storm Rage on, which might even be better, because now we can take out the Elsa entirely with the mine here. An unfortunate draw. I think it's just another Happy. Okay, opts not to move the Doc because you don't need the extra damage. Once you've moved them in there, you can't unless you have another
location.
Another location. You can't move them out. So it is each move is a single thing. So only needing to deal the 1 damage here and recognizing that. So they did find the Crab and took out the mine, which is unfortunate here. And it was something that I was a little concerned about. Given that we only had the one mine and not a lot of other resources, that could have been a route to victory. Okay, so they go Calhoun into dock, so it was a second dock. To draw the 2 cards. A bit of a back and forth, but unfortunately, Ghosty's had a lot of 3/3s as opposed to 1/3s, which does matter.
Yeah, they've been paying off from here. Here's another Elsa.
Elsa tapping Calhoun to trade it off with a 3/3, which makes sense. Gets the White Rose off the table, but we don't gain any lore out of it. Here's a Crab and a Merfolk. Now, if Decandio is able to empty the hand, this Merfolk dies for free. Now, it is unlikely that, given that we have Kita in play, or sorry, Kita in hand, that we're going to be able to do that? Maybe. Maybe Ink plus Kita plus another thing. You can take out 2 things plus the Merfolk. Looks like a Pluto. Pretty expensive cards in hand. To worry that much maybe about the Merfolk's discard.
Yeah, this is interesting because the Kita gives all characters -3.
Correct.
This is, you have the opportunity to quest, but
We don't really have that much lore in play, is the problem.
We don't have the ability to.
Okay, so we opt to take out the Crab.
There's a strength.
There's the strength. Absolutely. So we 3 of the Crab, gets rid of that, and it makes it so that they can't bounce the Crab, which does get around Kita's effect because it just adds Challenger 3. The characters will still be -3 for the turn. So, for example, the Merfolk would still be at 0, even with that, but it does make it so that the rest of the things outside of maybe another Elsa off the top don't really have the ability to challenge back. Just plays a Genie then. So it does opt just to play the Kita. So it is a pretty rough board here, actually. There's a lot of lore on the other side. Certainly a lot more than we have. Decandio representing 5 versus the 2, 4, 6, 7 from Ghosty. And Ghosty's at a much higher number. So now getting to eliminate the Merfolk for free by inking that Smee instead of playing it. But we ran out Pluto, so this race is maybe a little bit closer than I had thought before.
Yeah, Decandio here did some setup in order to make sure that line of play was viable, instead of just going for it earlier like I thought he would have done, or even maybe should have. But
so we've only got 6 in play, so if any of our characters are removed, it's pretty rough. I think this game may be slipping away here. They gain 5, go to 15, and they've got 5 in evasive, which we don't interact with at all. So unless I'm not good at math, that would be 20. Quest for 5. Yep, that'll be that.
We're 1-1 here in round 7 in feature match 1. SSG Ghosty against B Decandio. Let's head on over to our match number 2. This is featuring No I'm Not versus Talman Purple.
It looks like they're getting ready for game 2. It looks like eventually Kendall was able to take that down. Likely ran out of resources, did what Red Purple does, which is, play that grindy game, drop a rabbit, get a little bit more cards, and then kind of close it out. So,
well, we want to thank some of our partners here in today's stream. Again, this is the last round that we will be streaming today in the Swiss. Tomorrow we will be live in the morning, sometime around 10, depending on the players meeting, Eastern Standard Time. We're excited to have this tournament be hosted by Charlie's Collectible Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia for their Lorcana 10K. Excited to see that 218 players in total came to today's event. We want to thank everyone for coming out and for the players who are playing on the feature matches. We want to thank GFQ Underground for printing today's mats that you see right before you on the screen. If you would like your own custom playmat made, head on over to gfqunderground.com. Huge shout out and thank you to the artists over at Diamond Ink Apparel, Miguel, for doing the artwork for today's mats. They just look so amazing. He did a great job, kind of giving a slight nod into the Azeroth Sea. Let's head on back to match 1, see how DeCandio, both of them are doing.
Yeah, I think we can finish off our first one. They should be pretty quick, and we'll likely be able to catch a full game, unless Kendall fully sweeps him, which seems unlikely given that the play draw matters a lot on that map for the aggression. So we'll check back in on them in a little bit, and you can always catch all that entire match on YouTube later, because they are all being captured because Kendall is our chosen pro for the weekend.
Yeah, exciting that the Discord community of 20 Lore Pro decided who the pro would be for the weekend that they wanted to watch and follow for the entirety of the tournament. That chosen pro was No I'm Not.
So DeCandio, being on the play here, is deciding how important these cards actually are. So likely keeping the mine for ink, or just sending back all 5 of those. So that would make more sense. Keeping 2. Those were very good cards, but without a Cinderella, they don't really do a whole lot on their own, which means that likely the rest of the hand was a little awkward. You want to make sure that you have enough ink to play your spells. That is not helpful, even keeping very powerful cards in the matchup. If you can't play them, it doesn't matter. So this is 1-1. This is our third game for round 7. Round 8 will be played tomorrow in the morning, which we'll be covering as well, I believe. And then we'll do the whole top 8. And are we going to be doing any of the 2K at all afterwards?
That's right. Right after the top 8 and the finals of the 10K, we will be immediately following that into the 2K. Normally they start the 2K around the end of the 10K, so we might hop into round 2 or 3, depending on how quickly those rounds go. But we'll be live right after the 10K with the 2K tournament.
Yeah, so definitely stick around. We'll, be getting that rebuy event for tomorrow with plenty more games to watch. So mine does get inked right away. It looks like they end up drawing a couple more, and a really good run out turn 1 for Ghosty here. Merfolk is basically turn 1 exactly what you want out of the green decks. The only reason you put it in there is because it quests for a lot, and it is a nuisance as far as how much lore it is able to put out before you have to make the choice of discarding a card to get rid of it. Though mine, if we do end up leaning into the mine, can get rid of it kind of for free, so we'll see how the next couple turns run out. So an Ursula comes down, looks at a hand of Doc, Rapunzel, a Lilo, and a mine, so does not hit anything, which is certainly favorable for the Candio here. I would imagine that this Lilo is either going to come down or it's going to be inked. Depends on how much we want to just get this mine in play.
Could also swing into Curse Merfolk and just discard the Lilo.
Could, that's true. End up discarding the redundant Doc, which is also fine, I think. That way we can keep our additional inkable, because if we want to try and leverage the mine, we're going to have to get to 4 at some point. Lilo plus mine is a little cute as well. But it looks like that is not that important. But this makes sense to me. Yeah. Running out the mine and another character, that way, with just the Ursula, even a crab is not enough to take out the mine. Even if it is Ursula challenge into it and Fox, it's still not enough to take out the mine. So you're going to be able to get at least 1 activation out of it, possibly more. Depending upon what they have in hand, that may limit what they're able to run out this turn, given that they know that we have a dwarf in hand as well. And if it's a strong enough hit, we may just not worry about the Doc trigger as much and just take advantage of it.
There's that crab, like you just mentioned earlier, doesn't even worry about the mine and instead goes in to Mr. Smee.
I think that's probably correct. So you're trading a 1/3/4, effectively a 3/3, but knowing that there's a Rapunzel on the other side, you kind of have to get rid of that Smee now, because it ends up being a bit more of a problem later. Opting to just draw 2 cards instead of leveraging the Rapunzel especially since we don't have a lot of bodies on board. Plays out a Smee and a Dock, and then just sends it back. Now, we could lose this mine to a Fox, or another Crab. So it is just a rabbit, so we may see the Crab just bully into the mine, we may see it do nothing, just puts 3 damage on the mine. Mine having 6 willpower. We do get to gain some lore here, going up to 2 now. So it's gain 2 lore, it's not too bad. Certainly seen worse cards. Ooh, and there's a Kita on the other side.
Yeah, this is, I mean, when you have a Merlin Crab on board, that's pretty good to be able to have one, but you know that they could always bounce it or even try to get rid of it in some way.
Ooh, we had another Dock, so we decided to draw 2 cards.
Wow.
We can actually take out this Crab here. If you move one of these dwarves, the Dock over here that was already... so this Dock... if you move the one that can challenge into the mine, it can deal 2 damage and then just challenge in. So the 1/3 body is big enough on its own to actually take it out.
That's exactly what Candio did right there. No, look.
We didn't. We just did Smee, so we didn't even move it into the thing because we want to play the Lilo that we drew instead, which makes sense as well.
Yeah.
And the Smee's body is, just as relevant as any of the dwarves. But I think just getting the Lilo on the field is not terrible, or even a second mine might not be bad. That'll allow us to deal 4 damage potentially next turn. Ooh, I like this play actually. So developing the second mine, with the 2 dwarves that we have here and here, we can actually put both of them in there and actually start taking out much larger cards. Knowing that, I mean, it's onboard stuff, that's a big problem. I mean, now you can't really just do, say, play an Elsa and challenge into something, because all of a sudden, you move the 2 dwarves in there and Elsa just gets taken out. Yeah.
Man, this might play out exactly like you called it here, Jeebus.
And here's the rabbit, trying to figure out what we're doing with that.
And mine is gaining the Candio passive lore at each turn.
Yeah, we're getting 2 lore for free, going up to 5. And it is not unreasonable to take out this Elsa, quest for a decent amount here, and then still develop the card that's in hand, which is that Lilo. Yeah, puts the mine up to 5.
Now you could even move your dwarves onto the damaged mine, knowing that they may fall off. That way we can move them back on later on.
Yeah. See if it was an Inkable that we picked up here. Spreads it out, which I think is okay too. But does take out that Elsa for effectively free. Could even challenge all of these characters into the rabbit. Yeah.
Oh.
Because one, it doesn't allow them to necessarily draw a card off of Daisy Duck, but it takes out all the cards. They all take 2 damage, but they all survive. And that means that the mine lives outside of anything but, character plus Fox or another Elsa. There's a finite amount of, characters that can rush in and damage that, in these especially.
Yeah, I'm liking this board state like we were talking about Jeebus. This beat Candio here, having the 2 mines here, you're getting passive lore, you've got the nice to switch between them if you want to. This is, talk about a pretty strong kind of...
It's really digging Ghosty into a hole here.
Yeah.
So we can move some damage to take out one of the characters. You can move 2 off of a Dock or a Daisy and just take something out. Taking out a Dwarf makes sense to me. You can choose to move 1, because I believe that if we bring up the bell, it says move up to 3 damage. Yep, up to 3 damage counters. So we're choosing to move 1, leaving an extra damage counter. It's kind of free. Since we only needed 1 damage to take out the Dock, this does limit a little bit more of the amount of damage that we can put out. If we do have another Dwarf in hand, however, or a song or something, we can take out this bell and just continue this passive lore gain, which, as we've seen from basically every other location in the game, if you don't answer them, eventually they're going to win for you, you know?
See a strength of a Raging Fire in his hand.
So strength for 2, move Doc over to the other location. Quest out could be an interesting line here that gains a decent amount of lore and, you know, continues to keep the pressure on. And it protects that mine a little bit better. And the healthy one has nothing in it, so then that's also pretty good. So we quest with the Doc. Move the Doc, deal 2 damage. Do the strength, yep, just like we thought. And we'll see if that Daisy gains the 2 or not. Just says go.
Yeah, again, not committing too many resources because you have 2 mines, passive lore, you're gaining... You're not having to really put a whole lot out there, keeping all of your resources in hand to respond to whatever Ghosty plays. Decandio's really keeping that close to chest with his cards.
Well, and we don't need to go that fast. You know, we need to just keep the board under control. There's only so many characters that they can play per turn. And we're just gaining more. The 2 every turn is a lot. So they've developed a lot of characters. You know, that Genie is likely going to live, but we can literally use the mines to take out everything but the Genie, just for free.
Goodness, you can move back and forth.
Yeah. Since we have 2 mines, you can actually move them around. Yeah,
Yep.
and that's exactly what we're going to do here, I think. He's choosing to move it over there instead, which is fine.
Yeah.
Because then it is more likely that it's going to be able to move if that one gets taken out. So we do play the Lilo here, which realistically is a problematic card in this spot. Because again, Ghosty's going to have to spend a lot of energy, you know, a lot of time, tempo, trying to deal with these locations while taking out these characters. It's just a lot of willpower that needs to be dealt with. Daisy's got 3 more willpower. You know, the mines in combination with each other have 7 more. You know, the Doc's got 1, and now this Lilo has 2. Like, that's a lot to contend with when we're already at 13.
Yeah, this has been just a game where we've seen these locations passively gaining the 2 lore, getting them up, ticking up. It's something that Ghosty right now has to try to find a way to get out of this loop he finds himself in.
I mean, Decandio has not quested that much this game for how much lore that we're at. It has almost all come from the mines. And as we see here, it's just going to be 2 more from the mine. You know, pay 4, take out the bonsai, and, you know, that's another free character that's just removed off the board. It's essentially like drawing a card every time that you're taking out a resource. Oh, even better, we have a Happy that can move in there, and then move the Happy to the other one. In this case, it looks like we are just playing a Lilo from hand instead of doing that, but we could have just moved Happy to the other one and dealt 2 more damage, but there's not 2 damage that we care about. You know, in this spot, we're at 17, and we're representing just straight lethal on board. A very cleanly played control game with these double mines, just bullying these small characters. You know, the aggro decks, which realistically, you know, Emerald Amethyst is an aggressive deck. Don't need to waste any cards, you just take out all their characters by moving your characters around. That shows the power of digging holes and getting them in the 7 Dwarves mine.
The mine really just doing a lot of work, just like you were saying, Jeebus. Been a great card that we got to see showcased here today, and how it can really alter the state of a game. We're going to head on over to match 2. Congratulations to B Decandio. On match 2, we're watching Kendall, aka No I'm Not.
We're not watching anything.
Not watching.
Looks like Kendall just stomped him.
Well, so what we talked about before the break, before switching over, is that you never know when No I'm Not could just run through and just kind of have the game plan just go. And
given that the scores were 17-14, it looks like it was probably a pretty close game. But there's always the chance that it was just goat bounce goat or something similar, just enough to close it out. I can't imagine that matchup is lopsided in either direction. Very much, just because, you know, it's sort of just Steel Song versus Steel Song cards, kind of that Amber steel versus the classic red purple, and it's always just been kind of how the draw shakes out. There isn't just a lopsided, oh, be prepared, now the game is over kind of thing, because it's just, slinging your characters against their characters, depends on how the draw shakes out, so.
It's a match that we've seen since the beginning of Lorcana, since
Yep.
all the way set one. There's the Amber Steel versus the Ruby Amethyst players. It'll be, probably for more seasons to come of this matchup.
I would imagine so, and we're probably going to see it quite a bit more tomorrow. I suspect that at least a handful of the Mines or the Steel Song variants are going to be around tomorrow. At the very least, DeCandio is going to be there. I assume TMP will be around, because he's still X and 2. And then the
right.
two last round opponents, they were both undefeated, so
Yeah.
we're looking at quite a few Amber Steel players kind of running the tables today.
We certainly are, and we may see them tomorrow morning in round 8, depending on who we have on the feature match, but especially, we still have the 2K right after the 10K tournament,
Yeah.
so we might see even more then. Players, as they see kind of the advantages of playing those types of cards, may start adapting it into their lists already.
Yeah, and it depends on how many backup decks people brought. Maybe there's a hard pivot, and the 2K is just going to be flooded with Sapphire Ruby, just sort of running the tables on all these players trying to just play low to the ground characters and not a lot of reach. You never know. The meta seems to adapt to itself pretty well. The local meta at this event seems to be a lot of a lot of Rapunzels and a lot of Calhouns. So playing cards that don't care that much about that might be the ticket.
Well, we want to thank y'all so much for joining us here today at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 10K tournament. That was the last round of day 1. Tomorrow we're going to have around 9:30, 10 o'clock. We'll go live after the player meeting, but we'll do the round 8 of Swiss into the top 8, then the finals, and then after that we'll have the 2K tournament for you to watch. We're really excited to share this with you and to come and be alongside the community as we continue to see the competitive Lorcana format heading into NA Continentals and even further. So thank y'all so much for joining us here today on Twitch or YouTube. If you missed any of today's rounds, they will be up on the Twitch VOD right after this, along with the YouTube videos. We'll also have an edited edition of the tournament available to you on our YouTube 20 Lore Pro later on this week. We're offering the tournament in several languages live, so if you speak Chinese, German, French, or have friends who do, those links are available in the description for you to use at your convenience. Again, thank you all so much for joining us here today. Jeebus, you have been wonderful. Thank you so much for your casting, your insight. You really have a knack for what kind of players are looking into, so thank you for joining us. You were a crowd favorite, and so great to have you on board.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've certainly missed doing casting. I'm glad that I got the opportunity to come hang out with you guys, because the 20 Lore Pros are awesome. It's great. It's a great community, and this tournament is awesome. Charlie's Collectibles,
They're great.
it's great. This place is awesome. It's such a cool store. There's tons of vendors here selling all sorts of stuff, and it really is a con like I haven't been to, in years, where there's just a little bit of everything.
It's been great, and because the tournament's ending a little bit early today, we got some time to go check it out, so I'm excited to head off with you to go look around at the booth.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
great. Well, thank y'all so much again at home for watching. Really appreciate y'all and all of your support for the 20 Lore Pro community. We hope to see you tomorrow, and if not, we'll have those videos available to you, and we will see you tomorrow.
In the morning.